Could it be? But me, your man, Louie T. Welcome to day 2 of the NFL free agency tampering period. I, of course, am your host, Louie T. Thank you for joining me. So, want to get you up to speed on where we are right now. I've got a brand new, fresh top 25 list of free agents that remain. And kind of want to update you on where we are. Some guys signed last night, some guys signed overnight. So teams stayed active, obviously, in this period. I expect more activity today. I've got my phone in front of me in case anything breaks. I would assume there will be activity today as well. It won't be as big, but I can see a lot of movement still in day number 2. So we are going to kind of stay on top of everything. Let's first catch you up to speed on where we are. So we're going to clean up a few things. We're going to give you an update on some guys that signed in locales. We left off yesterday. Noah Fant basically had signed with the New Orleans Saints. We didn't actually get numbers on that. So a lot of these deals we didn't get numbers on yesterday. So let's start doing that right now. And we'll just go through the list of things that have come up. Mike Evans. We knew he got a contract. We kept saying 3 years, $60 million. That's inaccurate. 3 years, $42.4 million, 16.3 guaranteed. There are incentives in there where he can get up to $60 million. So that's where the 3 for 60 came in. It's really 3, so it's really 14 a year. Really 14 million a year. 16 of it is guaranteed. So, I mean, honestly, it sounds like a 1-year deal, right? If he's getting 16 million guaranteed, they could easily spread that out over multiple years. But if he stays healthy and he hits those incentives, the deal is going to escalate. We talked about Mitchell Trubisky getting a deal with the Titans. 2 years, $10.5 million, 6.82 of it guaranteed. So he's going to be there for the next 2 years to help mentor Cam Ward and be his backup. So that means Will Levis is now probably on the block. Not necessarily for a trade, because I don't think anybody's trading for Will Levis, but his roster spot in Tennessee is absolutely in doubt. That is for certain. Nick Folk's deal in Atlanta is a 2-year deal for the 41-year-old. So I thought it would have been a 1-year deal, but Nick is getting a 2-year, $9 million deal, 4 of it guaranteed. So essentially, it amounts to a 1-year deal. If he kicks well, it'll probably convert to a 2-year deal. If they want to get out, there's an exit ramp after year 1. That's what it sounds like. So good for Nick Folk, man. He kicked really well last year. Hayden Hurst retired. Former first-round pick of the Baltimore Ravens, bounced around the league, dealt with a number of concussions. I'm glad he's retired. I thought he should have retired a little bit sooner because he had some scary ones. One of them, he had to be, taken off on a stretcher. So I'm glad that he's finally hanging it up. Probably should have done that probably a year or 2 ago, honestly. So Devin Lloyd, I don't think we talked about this on this setting. I know we talked about it last night on the Commanders show, but Devin Lloyd signed a 3-year, $45 million contract in Carolina. I think a lot of people thought his number was going to be way higher than that. I didn't. I told you, Devin Lloyd is cool. Don't get me wrong. He's not trash. All right. He's just not my cup of tea. So I think teams around the league realize, what he is and his value, and he got paid accordingly. I think that's why it took so long. He thought he was going to get more. It's the same thing that I said about Trey Hendrickson yesterday. I told you guys Trey Hendrickson got a rude awakening yesterday because he should have been, if things would have gone the way that he envisioned, he should have been among those first guys in that big flurry when money was being handed out like monopoly money, when Jalen Phillips was getting 4-year, $120 million, 80 fully guaranteed deals. He should have been in there. When Tyler Linderbaum was getting a 3-year, $81 million deal, he should have been among those guys getting a 3-year, $90 million deal if it were up to him. But what he's got to understand is teams aren't going to pay you to recoup what you lost because Cincinnati wouldn't give you an upgrade in pay. Your time to break the bank came and went while you were under a bad contract in Cincinnati. You've gotten older. You're coming off of an injury-riddled season where you weren't productive at all. And frankly, while you had 17 and a half sacks 2 years in a row, who's to say that that number will ever be reached again? No one's paying you for what you've done. They're going to pay you for what you are going to do in the future. And that number doesn't constitute $30 million a year, which is what he thinks he's owed. And again, no one's going to recoup you for the money lost, the wages lost while in Cincinnati. He's got to come to grips with his market in his head, and he's got to be okay with that. And that's when he'll find a deal in a new home. That may happen today, and he may hold out hope that someone comes around. Newsflash, ain't nobody coming around. Maybe a team frees up some cap space because they've got to get under the cap by tomorrow's deadline of the start of the new league year, and somebody frees up enough money to give him the deal he's looking for. Maybe he waits out that process, but Devin Lloyd figured it out. Okay, market isn't what I thought it was going to be. Let me go ahead and get this money while this money is there to be got. Don't let the money dry up, being stubborn and having your ego be in the way. So the Panthers get Lloyd on a 3-year, $45 million deal. Jalen Phillips also in Carolina, 4 years, $120 million. Chiefs signed a Louie Gilman to a 3-year, $24 million deal. I told you they'll let safeties walk. They let Cook walk to sign a Louie Gilman. I don't understand the shit. Now he's cheaper, which is what they always like to do. They let Juan Thornhill leave so they could bring in Eric Reed, cheaper. They let Eric Reed then leave so that it could sign, or then they brought in the Honey Badger because he was cheaper. They let him walk, brought in Reed, then they let him walk. They always draft well, and they drafted Cook, and then they let him walk, and now they're signing a Louie Gilman. They never re-sign the guys in the secondary. They always feel like they can spend their money elsewhere, and it's worked for them. It's worked for them. So Louie Gilman is the new safety in Kansas City. Tyquan Thornton, I don't think we mentioned this yesterday, but he's back in Kansas City. That was a name I mentioned as a potential deep threat for Washington. 2 years, $11 million. So he's back in the fold in Kansas City. So the Chiefs pretty active in free agency. Kenneth Walker, 3 years, 40. Let's call it $45 million. I'm seeing 43 right now. 43 years, $45 million. Louie Gilman, 3 years, 24. Kyrus Tonga, 3 years, 21. Travis Kelce, 1 year, 12. Tyquan Thornton, 2 years, 11. So Chiefs have been pretty active. Elijah Vera Tucker agrees to a deal with the New England Patriots. We know about the struggles that they had in the Super Bowl and really in the playoffs. They struggled protecting the number 3 overall pick, Drake May. He was sacked, I think, on average 5 times each game in the postseason. It was really rough. So Elijah Vera Tucker, if he can stay healthy, will help bolster that line. That Noah Fant deal that we talked about, 2 years, $8.75 million, 4.5 guaranteed in New Orleans. So here's the full trade. I don't know if we ever discussed the full Michael Pittman Jr. to Pittsburgh trade. Steelers get Michael Pittman Jr. and the 7th round pick. The Colts get the 6th round pick. So it's a late round swap. And then Pittman gets a brand new 3-year, $59 million deal. So late round pick swap. And of course, Pittman is included in the deal for the Steelers. Giants continue to stay active. They add Greg Newsome II on a 1-year deal, $8 million. So another cornerback off the board. They also add safety Ardarius Washington to a 1-year deal. That makes a ton of sense because he came from Baltimore, right? So that makes a ton of sense. They also re-signed Jermaine Illuminor. We talked about that yesterday. Isaiah Hodges is back on a 1-year deal, the wide receiver. And Chris Manhertz, the tight end, is back on a 1-year deal as well. Nate Hobbs is being released, so that's another cornerback hitting the market. After signing a 4-year, $48 million contract. He's 26 years old. So he will be hitting the free agent market. So that's another name that will hit the free agent market. He's going to be designated as a post-June 1 cut to save the Packers a little bit of money. But he will be allowed to sign with the team in the meantime. Khalif Raymond is expected to sign with the Chicago Bears. That's a guy that is a dynamic return man as well as a speedster that can stretch the field. You can do some different things gadget-wise with him as well. So another interesting name off the board. You know, I always tell you, a lot of times you see this with players that are in the division. Teams in the division know these players better than anyone else does. And that's why you see a lot of players, when they end up signing, staying within the division. Sometimes it's out of spite. Oh, you ain't want to re-sign me. You didn't want to give me the money. I'm going to show you, get you 2 times a year. But a lot of times it's just, there's more respect and admiration for players that you see twice a year for 3-4 years at a time than anything else. You know, part of the reason that I think we signed Amik Robertson is because Durante Jones got to see him for the last 2 years in Detroit, up close and personal. Jefferson in a pivotal Week 18 contest for the number 1 seed in the NFL, not just the NFC, the NFL in 2024. He got to see Amik Robertson up close and personal. He's like, this guy's a dog. I'd love to coach him. So it makes sense that the Bears are plucking away Khalif Raymond. They got to see him. He's dynamic. And they say, hey, we could use a guy like that. And, oh, by the way, Khalif Raymond was in Detroit with Ben Johnson. So Ben Johnson knows him, knows what he can do. You don't want to overlook that aspect either. So let's see. Bills and Dawson Knox have agreed on a new 3-year contract. So I'm assuming he got an extension. I don't think he was an actual free agent, but they keep Dawson Knox in the fold. He's the best number 2 tight end in football right now. The best number 2 tight end in football. I don't know if I should say hands down, but it feels like hands down is appropriate. Wonder what that number looks like for a number 2 tight end. Oh, yeah, Steelers signed Rico Dowdle to a 2-year deal. If there's a perfect fit and match for a player in free agency, it's Rico Dowdle to the Steelers. He feels like a Pittsburgh Steeler running back, if I've ever seen one. Don't know the exact digits on that deal. I guess we'll see that come down the pike a little bit down the road. But the Elijah Vera Tucker deal in New England, 3 years, $42 million, can get up to 48 with incentives. So pretty significant deal for him. He's one of the first guards we've seen come off the board too. That's something worth noting. A lot of these guards haven't really signed. We've seen tackles sign. We've seen centers obviously sign, both of them, both of the big time premier centers. on the market have signed, but we haven't seen a lot of the guards that we thought would make some money go yet. No Wyatt Teller, no Chris Paul. Elijah Vera Tucker was in that mix, but he's finally off the board. So we'll see what happens today. See what Ian is talking about, if he's got anything. 1 year, $5.1 million for Khalif Raymond in Chicago. All right. So Dane Belton, former Giant safety, is signing with the New York Jets. So he's just walking across the street, basically. 1 year, $4 million. So I figured out what I sat and thought, because it just wasn't registering for me yesterday. Why the Falcons were so hell bent on going and getting Tua Tagovailoa. And I just was at a loss as to why they were so aggressive in going after him. It didn't really make a ton of sense. So I thought about it, and I maybe was just overthinking it. There's only 2 left-handed quarterbacks in the NFL. They both are now on the Atlanta Falcons roster. You know what's a pain in the ass? What's a pain in the ass is having to call offense for a left-handed and then a right-handed quarterback. That's what's a pain in the ass. If I'm designing offense, I don't want to call bootlegs to the left, to the right. I don't want to have to change how the offense is run because I've got a left-handed quarterback in now, and then, or in the case of the Falcons situation, you're going to start with a right-handed quarterback, and then when Michael Penix Jr. comes back, now I got to change everything and make it more conducive for a left-handed quarterback. I can just call my offense the way that it's going to be called based off of the fact that I've got 2 left-handed passers. Does that make sense? So I thought about it, I was like, because I'm like, there's no way Tua should be in demand and a hot commodity more so than Kyler Murray. Not in my mind, at least. Now it makes sense. You know, it's not impossible. You know, teams have done it. They did it last year with the Falcons, right? Penix was in, then he wasn't. Kirk was in, but you got to change how you call things fundamentally when you have a right-handed quarterback versus a left-handed quarterback. And the spin on the ball is different. So if you're a receiver, it's tough going from a left-handed quarterback to now a right-handed quarterback, because the spin on the ball is different too. And don't think that that doesn't make a difference, because it does. So it was good to just to give it a second, just to breathe and then say, oh, okay, now this makes sense. I expect Kyler Murray to be in high demand. I honestly don't understand how he could choose anywhere other than Minnesota. That feels like the most logical destination. And honestly, I think he needs Minnesota. He needs the quarterback whisperer, because I hope he understands where his career is. He's at a crossroads, is Kyler Murray. Like, I hope he understands you're not viewed as a elite quarterback in this league or anything remotely close to it. You're a solid quarterback, and if this situation doesn't go well, you'll get another opportunity after this. Let's say you sign a 1-year deal somewhere. Let's say it's not Minnesota, because if he goes to Minnesota, he's going to succeed. If he goes somewhere else, there's a chance he might not. Let's say he chooses the Jets. on a 1-year deal, which would be stupid and idiotic. But let's say they're offering him more money. So he decides to be greedy because he's making $36 million. The Cardinals still have to pay him $36 million, which is why he can take a league minimum deal, a vet minimum deal, which is like $1.3 million. If he wants to be greedy and ask for more money from someone, maybe the Jets say, "Oh, we'll pay it. Shit. Why not?" And he goes there and he flops. You're 1 or 2 opportunities away from being a journeyman, former #1 overall pick. You're this close to being what Baker Mayfield was before he found Sean McVay. That's who turned his situation around. He found Sean McVay and everything changed. You got to go find one of these quarterback whisperers to change your shit around, change the perception. Sam Darnold found the quarterback whisperer. He found Kyle Shanahan. And then he found the football gods. If Kevin O'Connell can do it for Kirk Cousins, if he can do it for Sam Darnold, he can do it for you. So if I'm Kyler Murray, I'm making a beeline for Minnesota. Hopefully he understands the situation and he understands the assignment and completes and turns the assignment in on time. All right. So let's check and see if anything has happened. If not, we'll get to the comment section. And in my mind, there isn't a reason for me to stay on as long today. I don't think I'm going to stay on for 6 hours today. Don't think that day 2 is going to necessitate that. But I think I'm going to stay on for about 4 hours, so around 4 o'clock or so. I'm going to hang with y'all until about then. And then we'll see what's going on, what's popping. Over 100 players signed, agreed to contracts yesterday. So a lot of activity in free agency in day 1. Figured it would be a pretty busy day, and it exceeded my expectations, to be honest with you. All right. Let's get to the comment section. We're going to start off with Burger the Butcher. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Burger the Butcher writes, how tall are you? Didn't you play wide receiver? LT for wide receiver. I'm not very tall. I'm just 6 feet. So I wish, I remember when I was a kid, I thought I was going to be like 6'2", 6'4", which my ideal height was 6'5". I wanted to be 6'5". All my life, I wanted to be 6'5". Then I was like compromising. Okay, I'll take 6'2". 6'2" will be just fine. And I thought I was going to be at least 6'2" when I was growing up. I was like this tall at 11. And then I just stopped growing. So that sucked because I thought I was on a nice trajectory to be 6'5", at least 6'2", and just stopped growing. You know, you hear about all these dudes who they were 5'8" in 11th grade or in 10th grade, and then over the summer they went from 5'8" to 6'7", and I'm like, shit, what happened to me? You know? Or this guy was 5'11", and then he woke up one morning and his tectonic plates, you know, started moving and shifting, and next thing you know, he's 6'7", and I'm like, bruh, what happened to me? I wish I was tall. I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish. Kevin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Kevin writes, Lou, I know you hate St. Juice. Thoughts in a Gannon system. I don't give a shit what the system is. Benjamin St. Juice is garbage can juice. So irregardless of the system, look, he'll have his moments where he's solid. He'll make a play here and there. But at his core, he's Benjamin St. Juice. He's going to grab. He's not going to look back for the football. He's going to get past. And when he was in Washington, because he was a starter, the officials used to pick on him. Like, they treated him like they treat Draymond Green in the NBA. Like, as soon as he bucks off, you get an attack. And you're going to get the quick whistle faster than somebody else that might have bucked off. There would be times where you're like, come on, don't call that on him. But for the most part, he was usually guilty. And his inability, he was grabby in college. He doesn't pick the ball off. He has like 2 career interceptions, maybe 1, 2 at max in his career because he doesn't look back for the football. He's extremely grabby. Yes, in a Gannon system when you're primarily playing zone and you get to key quarterbacks' eyes, it should be a better fit for him. But he's not a quick trigger. He's not a guy that sticks his foot in the ground and triggers downhill, and he's got click and close ability. So it's not like he's going to be jumping routes or anything like that. There's really no salvaging Benjamin St. Juice. But good luck. I see you guys moved on from Nate Hobbs. Good luck. You're going to need it if that's the direction you're heading in. The Spoony P. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. The Spoony P. Right. Appreciate you, Louie T. I appreciate you, Spoony P. Is Robertson too short? No, there's no such thing as too short at the cornerback position. I shouldn't say that. You don't want a 5'4" corner. Nobody's, bringing in a 5'4" corner in the NFL, but he's proven that he can play with the big boys, right? Excuse me. He's proven that he can hang tough. Who do you think we sign next? Also, will Love be there at 7? I'm starting to doubt it. Keep up the great work and thank you. All right, so who do we sign next? My guess is one of 2 positions. I'll give you a player name. Wide receiver, and I can't tell you what receiver they're going to sign. But receiver feels like one position to watch out for. Tight end would be another one. If they are, in fact, intrigued by adding a pass-catching tight end. Chigakonkwo, again, is at the top of my list in terms of pass-catching tight ends that remain available. Njoku is another name that you don't dismiss if they decide to go in that direction. I think the next guy that they sign is Rachaad White, running back. That's the next guy that it feels like they're going to sign. And then you kind of go from there, see what else they decide to do. I don't know if they are going to be shopping for any more corners. I really feel like they have to do something else at corner. Even if it's not a premium corner, it just feels like we got to get at least more depth. You got to, and it can't be Jonathan Jones either. It's got to be like a younger corner. And the market's starting to dry up. It's starting to dry up. So you're going to do something, you should probably do it soon at the cornerback position if you're the Commanders. Is Love going to be there at 7? I can tell you this much. I think the league spoke yesterday as to whether or not they believe Love is going to get to 7. I can tell you this. The Saints and the Chiefs both gave you the answer that they don't think he's going to get to 8 or 9. Because if you think you've got a shot at Jeremiah Love, if you're the Chiefs, you don't shell out $15 million a year to Kenneth Walker III. And if you're the Saints, you don't shell out $13 million a year to Travis Etienne Jr. So I think they basically told you what they felt about the market for Jeremiah Love in the draft. They don't think he's going to get to 8 or 9. He might not get to 7. We'll see. We'll see. My guess is right now, no. I still think he's a Tennessee Titan. I still think he's a Tennessee Titan. So, appreciate you, Spoony P. All right. Let's check and see if we've got any news. Let me see what these guys talking about real quick. Let me check my phone as well. All right. So, Ricky Scoops, I'm just throwing out a rumor here. Ricky Scoops is back. And he says that he anticipates a Romeo Dubs signing soon. 2 teams to watch are the Patriots and Commanders. Just throwing that out there. Not saying that it's going to come to fruition, but I told you that I think they're going to sign a receiver today. He's probably the last big one. If you take a look at my top list, he's the top receiver left on the list at number 6. Jawan Jennings is still there. So even if you don't get Romeo Dubs, you could conceivably go after Jennings. I wouldn't be mad at either. But again, you still need to add some sort of speed. And the assumption, and again, I can't stress this enough, is that you're going to sign Brandon Ayuk. So you don't have any more speed if you sign a Romeo Dubs, which I wouldn't be mad at. And if I'm Romeo Dubs, I'm probably going to New England if I'm looking to be a high priority target, right? If there's a chance that Brandon Ayuk signs in Washington, and there's no guarantees that Ayuk signs in Washington, but we just assume that this is going to take place. You're at best the 3rd option in Washington if you're Romeo Dubs. You really truly want to be viewed as a pseudo 1 number 2, because the Patriots don't have a number 1 wide receiver. They don't. Stephon Diggs was the closest thing that they had, and they moved on from him. So you go to New England, you're the guy. Come to Washington, they've got a guy already, and they're going to go get another guy, and then you'll be the 3rd wheel, essentially. So that's something to consider. If I were him, I'd probably lean towards New England. But you also got to consider what the money looks like, too. If the money's close, then that's the kind of thing that could sway the decision one way or the other. If the money's not close and you are out for the biggest payday that you can get, then that's that, right? So just something to keep in mind. We'll see what happens. All right. So let's get back to the comment section. Nothing really popping right now. Nothing's really percolating right now. All right. Let's get to the comment section. Terry Maples, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Terry writes, Lou, today AP redeems himself. Smart moves yesterday and plenty of money left to spend. Ayuk tomorrow. If we sign Chig, we need Lou to do a little jig. Chanel and Dobbs will happen today as well. Mob. We'll see what they decide to do. I would love all three of those signings. Sprinkle in a little Rashad White, and that'd be a hell of a day. That'd be a hell of a day if you did that. I still think there's a need to add a linebacker to the mix. I still think that you have to add a receiver, and I would love to see them add a tight end. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but they clearly were in the market for one in Isaiah Likely. So if that's the case, I feel like you should still be in the market for a tight end. There's still guys that can help, but we'll see what happens. But I don't think AP needs to redeem himself today. I don't think he was bad yesterday. Redeem himself would imply that yesterday was a disappointment, and it wasn't for me. And it could be for you. Again, we don't have to necessarily see it the same way. I thought yesterday he tried to be aggressive in a number of spots and wasn't able to successfully get the deal done for various reasons. We can't say what happened. Again, I would not have paid what the Raiders paid for Tyler Linderbaum. So once that money got up there, you can have him. Alec Pierce chose Indy. There were more options on the table that were more lucrative. He chose Indianapolis. There's nothing you can do there. And I think that Isaiah Likely chose New York. He didn't choose money. And I could be wrong, and that the Commanders had a certain amount of money that they were willing to go to, and the Giants outbid them. I find that hard to believe that $40 million was too high for Isaiah Likely. I just find that hard to believe. I think he chose New York because of his relationship with John Harbaugh. So he was aggressive. He didn't land those players, but he got the extension done with Laremy Tunsil. He added depth at corner. I still think he needs to add more, but that's a start. Let's hope it's not the finish, right? He brought Marcus Mariota back. He then got us the edge rusher that we desired, right? Which to me was one of the best ones in free agency. If you ask me, he was the best one available outside of Trey Hendrickson. And I'm not interested in Trey Hendrickson. And then he brought in Tim Settle. Is sort of like a cherry on the top. I thought it was a productive day. Five moves that all felt like needle moving moves. Not all of them of equal value, right? In terms of the needle moving, some more than others, obviously, but nonetheless, 5 moves. It's pretty significant. It's a pretty significant day. It may not feel like it, but the Commanders spent the 3rd most money of any team yesterday. I think that's what I saw. But they still got more to spend. They still have more money to spend. And obviously, they're just looking at the aggregate of the contracts. They're not talking about like salary cap wise, how much you have to spend this season. So anyway, I don't think he needs to redeem himself. But if we come away with the guys that you mentioned, that's a hell of a day. That's a hell of a day too, for sure. Hell of a day too. B Bucks, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. B Bucks writes, "Hey Lou, my man, what's going on, B? What's good? None. Just chilling. Are we missing prime targets due to our new coordinator's scheme fit or lack of AP or tip of hand to draft selections? Your thoughts, my guy. Always enjoy the vids." I don't think we are missing out on prime targets due to the scheme fit. I do think that is a part of why we didn't pursue the cornerback position a little bit more aggressively. I do believe the scheme doesn't necessitate elite talent out wide. I told you guys that when Durante Jones first got the job and we went through their defense. So I do think from that perspective, if you wanted to frame it that way, you could say that the scheme fit is it's not missing out because we're not missing out on guys that we don't want. It's just it's not it's allowing us to not have to spend big at what is a premium position, which usually costs you a lot of money. And even though we've seen these corners come off the board and the money hasn't been, ridiculous, because none of them are elite. We talked about that already, but they're good corners. Um, they just didn't feel the need to have to do anything drastic at corner. If this were Dan Quinn's defense, we would have gone out and gotten a Reek Woolen for sure, or someone of that ilk, on Alontae Taylor, someone like that. We would have went out and we would spent the money because you need that type of corner when you're playing man coverage, and you're going to have to run with these receivers and kind of stay tight in coverage. You're playing zone and you're just basically keeping everything in front of you. You don't need anything elite for that necessarily. You don't want a bum out there, obviously, but you don't need anything elite. So I think that is probably accurate as far as why we didn't go after corners. I don't think that applies to any other position. I don't think that applies to any other position as to why we haven't gotten, big name targets. We've tried. Adam Peters tried. So as far as it tipping to hand at draft selections, I don't think anything that they've done has. I said this last night on the Washington show that I did. I don't think anything that's been done to this point has veered away from the plan that I think they came in with. They probably felt like they could come away with a little bit more, right? They probably thought that they could get Tyler Linderbaum. They were willing to spend. They probably thought they could get an Alec Pierce or Isaiah Likely. And, they went 0 for 3. It happens, right? So I don't think they've tipped their hand at, okay, well, they didn't do anything at this position, so they must be getting it in the draft. We're not in a position to do that because of our draft. We have 6 picks. We don't have a second round pick. We have 2 picks in the top 70 and don't pick again until the 5th round. Like, we're not in a position to save a need until the draft. It's not like we have 11 picks and you can start taking care of needs. This isn't the 2024 draft for us where we had 9 picks and 6 in the top 100. Then you can start to say, oh, well, don't worry about it. We'll get it in the draft. We got plenty of draft capital. It's not the position we're in. You got to fill this roster out via free agency because we don't have, you have undrafteds, but again, how often do undrafteds make your roster and make an impact, right? Like, though, you can't count on an undrafted guy to come in and be a part of your team. So it's really 6 guys that we're going to add via the draft. Anything extra is a pleasant surprise. So basically, you need to have enough guys on the roster plus the 6 guys you're going to add via the draft to field the team, which is why free agency is important for us right now. So, yeah, I don't think they're tipping their hand. It's not a lack on Adam Peters. He tried. Chilled guy. Been a member for 21 months. My guy writes, guess who's Bizak? Back again. LOL. What up, chill guy? Glad to have you back. Chill guy. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, chilled guy, writes, hello, Louie. What's up, chilled guy? Who's your favorite wide receiver left on the list? Romeo Dubs is by far and away. Jennings is right behind him in terms of on the list of guys that are left. Stephon Diggs right behind him. So there's a little cluster of receivers there, but I want nothing to do with Stephon Diggs. Jennings is cool. He serves a purpose. He has a niche carved out for himself. But I talked about this already. As much as I would welcome a big target for Jaden, we don't have many of them. That's one of the areas we lack on this roster. I value separation more, and Romeo Dubs gets separation. Jennings doesn't separate. He uses his body as separation. Okay. So he's going to be making contested catches. He'll sit down in zone. He'll do the dirty work. He'll block and, he'll do all of that stuff. But Dobbs is a guy that actually can separate, can get open, create separation, run really good routes, snap it off, and leave a guy at the bus stop. Right? So I want that for Jaden. I remember telling you guys that I would love to add a Wan'Dale Robinson. We haven't had a real slot receiver in Washington, since Jaden got here, and a slot winner. Lamade was cool. Jamison Crowder was cool, but those aren't elite slot winners, guys that win immediately, give your quarterback an easy target to get the football to. It'd be nice to add someone like that. And I'm not saying that's what Romeo Dubs is, because he played all around in Green Bay. He can play in the slot too, but he's a guy that can absolutely separate. So he's a guy that can absolutely separate. Chilled guy. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, over 2.8 bills spent yesterday. We spent 209 mil. Number 3. There was a lot of money shelled out yesterday, but again, the cap went up. So I expected it to, be a lot of money spent. And, the bulk of what we spent came in the Oweh deal, right? 4 years, 100 million. That'll do it, right? So everything else was pretty solid. His was 100. Marcus was 7. Tunzel obviously was pretty significant. That's 60. 61 or something like that, 60 in new money. So that was 160. Marcus is 167. Amik was 16, so 167, 183, and then Tim was 24. So that's 207 roughly. And I may be off by a mil or two because of the Laramie deal. I just rounded his down to 60, basically 61, 62, something like that. So yeah, it was somewhere in that 209 range, but that's in aggregate, right? That's not cap space. That's not the cap number. So you have plenty more to spend, right? Plenty more to spend. And you feel good about the 5 guys you acquired with that, So we had the third most money to spend, and we spent the third most money in day one. Makes sense, right? Makes sense. Chilled guy. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. I think I should have did that the last time. Right. AP is a great GM. Crash outs yesterday. LOL. Hey, look. We can't call him a great GM yet. I think he's got the makings of becoming a great GM, but we got to see if he can be successful in building up a program, because that's what he's got to do. He got here and we weren't shit, and he knew it. And he came in and got right to work and got us to an NFC championship game. He pressed a lot of right buttons that year. And he didn't press enough right buttons last year, and injuries ravaged us, and the shit fell apart at the seams. And now we're right back to where we were when he got here. And now he's got to rebuild this shit up. But this time he can't try to skip steps. 2024 gave him this false sense of we made it. Now we can skip steps to try to get somewhere. And that's just not where we were in our process. So he's stripping it back down, getting it back to where, all right, we got to build this thing the right way through the draft. So we'll see. But there was definitely some crash outs yesterday, and it was hilarious. It was definitely hilarious. All right, let's check to see if there's any movement. All right. The Lions are signing former Chiefs running back Isaiah Pacheco, teaming him up with Jahmyr Gibbs. So he's effectively the David Montgomery replacement. He's going to be a lot cheaper, and he's used to being in the role that he's going to be in Detroit. He barely got on the field in Kansas City, right? They didn't run the ball basically at all. And when they were running it, they were giving the shit to Kareem Hunt instead of him. So the problem with David Montgomery in Detroit was that Jahmyr Gibbs was on the field so much that he was never getting an opportunity. He was getting frustrated because David Montgomery knows he can play and contribute in this league. Isaiah Pacheco is going to know his role. It's the same role he played in Kansas City where he barely got the football. And, when he gets his opportunity, he's going to run extremely hard. And so that's a great fit for him. It's a great fit. I wonder what the money looks like there. It's a really good fit for him. Really good fit. So Isaiah Pacheco is a Detroit Lion. See if anything else has transpired. All right, nothing else right now. But we will stay locked in and we will see what happens about any other signings as they come in. All right, let's get back to the comment section. David, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes Tate at 7? Nah, I don't see that. I don't see us taking a receiver at 7. If it's speed you're after, and again, it's really interesting. The whole Carnell Tate thing with the combine 40 time, this, that, and the third. The bottom line is, if you're going to draft a receiver in the top 10, he has to be elite in every sense of the word. Height, weight, speed, all that good stuff. If he's not 6'2", if he's not 6'1", 6'2", 6'3", 6'4", fine. He better be fast. He better be an elite route runner. He better have elite traits and qualities. And Carnell Tate doesn't check all of those boxes. I'm not telling you he's not a first-round talent. I'm just telling you I don't think he's a top 10 talent. I don't think he's a top 10 talent. Because what's the elite trait that he possesses? And again, I'm not the one to ask. I'm just asking because I don't know, right? You may tell me, oh, he's an elite this or he's an elite that. I watched Ohio State. He's cool. Don't get me wrong. But I already told you, I don't think he's better than the guys that have come out of there here recently. I don't think he's better than Chris Olave when he was coming out. I don't think he's better than Jackson Smith and Jigba when he came out. We know he's not better than Jeremiah Smith. I don't think he's better than Garrett Wilson when he came out. None of those guys went top 10 except for Garrett Wilson, who went 10th overall, if I'm not mistaken. So for me, Garrett might have went 8th, 9th. He went somewhere in that neighborhood. I think it was 10th, but could have easily been, 9 or whatever. I can't see Carnell Tate being number 7. I don't even know if he's the first receiver taken in this draft, to be honest with you. Again, I have to watch these receivers. But if you're a Commanders fan, while we need talent at wide receiver, I don't think drafting a receiver right now is a necessity. Not at 7 at least. You want to draft one in the 3rd round, knock yourself out. Knock yourself out. But you're at number 1 to get something elite and something defensively, or Jeremiah Love is going to fall to you at 7. You don't need to veer away from that plan. Just let whatever is going to happen, happen. And then whatever falls into your lap, you turn in the card. This isn't rocket science. We don't need to overthink this situation. We've talked about the prospects that are going to be there. One of those guys is going to be there. And again, if Ruben Bain is someone that tickles your fancy, he might be there. You think he's going to be elite? Okay. I got to watch him, so I can't say right now. But I'll tell you that one of about 5 guys have a chance to fall to the Commanders. And if you want to throw in Caleb Downs, he'll definitely be there. Caleb Downs, without a doubt, 100% will be at 7. I can't say 100% because anything could happen. 99% chance Caleb Downs will be there at 7. And if that's a guy that they're intrigued with and think this is why they didn't do anything at safety, because Caleb Downs is the guy. Okay, whatever. We'll see what they decide to do. I don't think it's Tate. I'll just say that. Marcus B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Marcus B writes, think Terry could be gone next year because of money? I mean, that's the prevailing thought, is that Terry will be a year older next year. You'll probably be able to get out of his deal without as much pain and penalty. Right? There'll be some dead money, but it won't be as significant, and you'll have some cap savings if you move on from him. But you only move on from guys who aren't productive. If a guy is extremely productive, but he's got a big cap number, you're not going to move on from him. You'll try to reduce said cap number somehow, or you'll just let him play out the deal, but you're not going to move on from a productive player. That's not how this league works. You move on from guys that aren't as productive. And if Terry has another season like the one last year, then it would be justified for them to move on from him. But as we know, if Terry McLaurin is healthy, he produces. So in my mind, if he's healthy next year, this isn't a real conversation. But got to stay healthy. That's the number one objective, right? The best ability is availability. That's what we've been told, and that's proven to be true, and it stood the test of time. In order to be able to produce, you got to be available first, foremost. So, Mr. Rogers, thank you for being a member for 45 months. Salute to you, my guy. Uncle Jay writes, my boy is a Packers fan, and he asked me about that, man. I just laughed. So did Benny St. Juice sign out there for real? Is that a thing? Yikes. Bless their hearts. If that's what they're doing right now. I mean, it's so many corners out here, and that's what they decide to do. Interesting. That's very interesting. Ain't Greg Newsome a free agent? He was. The Giants signed him to a 1-year, call it $10 million deal. It's like 1 year, $8 million, it can get to 10. So he was a free agent. He is no longer on the free agent market. Let's check real quick and see if we got anything new. So I was talking to my buddy, he's a Raiders fan, and he said that they signed Matt Gay at kicker. I was like, Now I will say Matt Gay does kick way better, and we saw that ourselves last year indoors. You know, when he was with the Rams, he was really good indoors. When he was with the Colts, indoors, really good. So um, there's a chance it could work in Vegas. But I went, oh, that's nasty. But the Dolphins are signing Zane Gonzalez. That's the only reason I brought it up, because the Dolphins are signing another former Commanders retread kicker in Zane Gonzalez. You know what? To be honest with you, of all the kickers we had, and Zane had his shit with him. You know, Zane, his ball had that draw to the right. So if you didn't line it up on the left hash, he was probably going to push the shit right. We'll never forget the doink that sent us to the divisional round, which had all of our hearts in our throats, right? We know he has OCD, all that good stuff, but he was probably the best of all the kickers that we had. Some would make the case for Austin Seibert, but Austin Seibert, it was just too many irregularities with him. This dude was kicking dirt, right? Remember those fat balls he would kick where them shits would have no, turnover to him. It would just be floating through the air like this. Remember how many extra points and field goals he made barely because he kicked the football on the fat part instead of kicking it, underneath to get that turnover. Austin Seibert wasn't a good kicker because he was going to miss kicks just off the strength of not being able to kick the ball consistently, strike it where he needs to strike it every single time. Gonzalez, he had that draw, but he probably was the best one we had. But that I wouldn't. That's not a guy that I would live and die with. Anyway, I just spent way too much time talking about a kicker, especially one that's not here. But he's going to be a Miami Dolphin. All right. One-year deal for him in Miami. Of course, it's a one-year deal. Better be a one-year deal. All right. So that's where we are right now. Nothing else. Let me check my phone just to make sure ain't nothing else popping off. Somebody brought this up yesterday. I forget. I don't want to say the wrong name. I really want to say it was Terry Maples, but I could be wrong. But somebody brought this up yesterday about Alvin Kamara. And with the signing of Travis Etienne, where does that leave him in the mix? And I mean, he's an interesting guy. There's still some football left in Alvin Kamara. He's dealt with some injuries over the last couple of years, though. So, that's something to keep in mind. But the only thing about Alvin is if you want him, you're probably going to have to trade for him. And as a Commander fan, I'd love to add him to the mix, but we're not in a position. I already told you, anything that starts with the word trade, we're out. We can't have those conversations. We just don't have the ability to do that right now. So he would be interesting, though, Alvin Kamara. How old is he? He's got to be 30, 31 years old. I'm just curious. This has nothing to do with nothing. I'm just curious how old he is at this point. He's 30. He'll turn 31 in July. But his game was never predicated on speed. He was never a speed demon. So, like, his game to me will age gracefully in the NFL because he was always a smooth kind of glider. He was always a 4-5 guy. But he's got an elite ability to catch the football out of the backfield. I told you, of all the guys that I scouted watching film in my career, and that's been since 2012. I've been watching the draft and actually scouting, keeping a notebook, et cetera, et cetera. I haven't seen a running back with better contact balance than Alvin Kamara. It's the reason why I thought he would be a star in this league, and he ended up being exactly what I thought he was. I said he should be a first-round pick, and he's going to always have that contact balance. So he's still a good football player. Someone's going to probably trade for him, is my guess. Someone's probably going to trade for him. Won't be us. John Perez, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy JP writes, Washington should have an advantage with offensive free agents, especially wide receivers, because of 5. Gone are the days of trotting out a 2-pack of ass quarterbacks. Yeah. I don't think the recruitment process is an issue here. It's just about, how do you envision yourself? What do you see yourself as? Most guys see themselves as the lead dog, and you need guys to understand what their role is going to be. And then the money should reflect what that role is. If I see you as a number 2, then I should be paying you as such. If I see you as a number 1, then I should be paying you. Like, a great example is T. Higgins, right? He saw himself as a 1. The Bengals saw him as a 2. And if you're going to stay in Cincinnati, you know that your role is as a number 2. You might go somewhere else and be a number 1, but in Cincinnati, you're a number 2. And if you're staying here and you want to be paid here, because if he wanted to, you know, he could have played hardball, not signed a long-term deal there, could have said, you got a franchise tag me, which they would have had no problems doing. I think they had done it twice already, right? And he could say, I'm not signing a long-term deal here because I'm a number 1. You're going to try to pay me like a number 2, and I'm going to hit the market, and I'm going to make $36 million a year. Somebody would have paid him that money. You just saw what Alec Pierce got. Somebody would have paid T. Higgins some inordinate amount of money, made him one of the highest paid receivers in the league, right? But he was willing to take the fact that he's a number 2 in Cincinnati, which means you get number 2 money. So he got top of the market number 2 money, which reflects what you are. And so if you're coming to Washington, you got to be willing to acknowledge right out of the gates, I'm a number 2 receiver, which means you get number 2 money. If we're going out and we're getting Brandon Ayuk, that might mean you're a number 3. Now you got to be willing to take number 3 money. So, because nobody wants to pay number 2 money for a number 3 target, because then it feels like you're wasting money. If you go out here and you spend the money that the Titans spent on Wan'Dale Robinson, $78 million or whatever the number was, and then Wan'Dale Robinson is only getting 62 targets for 47 catches, but you paying him $78 million, the math ain't mathing, right? So I think that's the bigger issue right now in Washington than anything else is. Because for me, with Alec Pierce, he was talking crazy. He was like, yo, I want 80 catches. I want over 100 targets. I want to be that guy. And I'm like, that ain't happening in Washington, bro. But the money he got in Indy reflects that he could be that guy for them. Cool. That's not what he would have been here. He would have been that same old that same old Alec Pierce, that deep threat, that vertical threat that catches the ball 55 times for over 1,200 yards. That's what we would have wanted him to be here. We wouldn't have wanted him to come in here and have 82 catches. So the money just has to reflect what the role is you're going to play on the team. And I think that's the issue that they're running into. I'm not saying that that's why they're not signing guys. I'm just telling you, if I'm a player, I want to maximize this contract. So I see myself as a number 2 receiver. I need to be paid as such. And we like, I don't really know about that. I don't know if you're a number 2 receiver or not. But like I said, let's just go with the Romeo Dubs conversation. Ricky Scoops had that the Commanders and Patriots are 2 names to watch in terms of Romeo Dubs, right? 2 teams to watch. Okay. If I'm Romeo Dubs, I won't say that all things are equal at the quarterback position, but they're not that far off, right? 2 2024 quarterbacks, 2 guys that have gone deep into the playoffs already in their young NFL careers. Drake May just came off of a Super Bowl. Jaden Daniels went to the NFC Championship game in his rookie season. So quarterbacks are comparable. May not be the same because I think our guy is better, but they're comparable. Very, very comparable. The Patriots have a better infrastructure right now, better roster, in a better position to compete right now than we are, right? So it's a better situation overall. And then you look at their wide receiving room and you go, who's stopping me from being the top dog here? Who's stopping me from signing a contract here and getting number one wide receiver money? Because that's what the Titans just paid Wan'Dale Robinson. Number one wide receiver, 4 years, $75 million. That's number one wide receiver money. It's low level one money, right? It's low level one, but it's number one wide receiver nonetheless. It's basically $20 million a year. It's just a shade under it. That's low level one money. Maybe high end two, low end one, right? You're somewhere in that neighborhood, which is where Wan'Dale Robinson probably is. He's probably a number two option. Probably best as a number three, but he's proven, having 93 catches last year and like 92 the year before that, he's proven that he can be a number two receiver. He can produce. They had nothing in New York. He was the only guy because Malik Neighbors got hurt. He did 90 catches with Malik Neighbors the year before. He did 90 catches without Malik Neighbors. So he proved that I can. Now the yardage went way up without Neighbors, but the amount of volume was still there. So he's proven that I can get it done. So he's a low end one, high end two. And that's the kind of money he got. We'll see what Romeo Doubs is looking for. My guess is he wants to be in that same neighborhood. High end two, low end one. I just think he's a two. I don't think there's any low end one value here. I think he's just a two. We'll see. If the Patriots are willing to fork over the cash, because again, in free agency, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. Free agency ain't free. It ain't free, and it ain't cheap. So while you may have an advantage with the quarterback, dudes still want to get paid. As much as I would love to play with Jaden Daniels, I still need to be compensated. That's what it boils down to. Jarrett talks football. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Jarrett writes, "Hey Lou, what's up, Jarrett? I think an ideal day would be DB plugging up the center position and getting 5 a wide receiver 2. What do you think?" And I would, I'm with all of that. Also, I would be intrigued by a tight end, a linebacker, and or a running back, right? Let's not keep waiting on Rachaad White. If you're going to sign him, right? Let's just get it out of the way. Because all of those running backs they're starting to go. Like, let me open up my book real quick. Like, it's really starting to dry up, right? But the guy that I assumed we would be getting is still sitting there. So it makes me feel like they got him on ice knowing, he's going to sign with us. Breece Hall, gone. Walker, gone. Etienne, gone. Gainwell, gone. Algier, gone. Javonte Williams, gone. Rico Dowdle, gone. Isaiah Pacheco, gone. All that's left on the list of running backs that I had written down. Brian Robinson Jr., damn well he ain't coming back here. Jaleel McLaughlin, he's a restricted free agent in Denver. Keaton Mitchell, restricted free agent in Baltimore. And Rachaad White. That's all that's basically left. So you really should go ahead and get that done. Like, let's stop bullshitting around and let's get that done. Wide receiver 2, I think they feel like they got that. That's the ace in their back pocket. Brandon Ayuk is wide receiver too. I think they feel that way. And they know that he's working out. They know, what he's up to. So they're not as concerned about his situation. And they know he's going to get released. So I think they feel like they got an ace in their back pocket. That's why I don't think you're seeing them be super aggressive at receiver. But that could change if they get a guy like Romeo Doubs. Who knows? Speaking of which, center would be nice. Center would be nice. And there are not a lot of options available at center, to be honest. I would assume Elton Jenkins would be one of the few that make a ton of sense right now. All right, so Ka'imi Fairbairn just signed a 2-year, $13 million contract extension, making him the highest paid kicker in the NFL. So you know what that means. And I think that's what your boy in Dallas was kind of waiting on to see what his number was going to be. So Dallas reportedly offered him 7.5 a year, which would be like 15, and he turned it down. This is probably going to strengthen Dallas' case because Ka'imi Fairbairn is one of the better kickers in the league. And the Texans, we know they don't score a lot of touchdowns. They kick a lot of field goals, and they play really good defense. So they relied on him a lot. And he delivered for them, which is why he's getting this contract. But he ain't, and he was kicking them from 50 plus, a ton of them from 50 plus, but he ain't kicking them from 60 plus like Aubrey is. So Aubrey's, I don't know if 10 million is reasonable, if that's going to be, doable for him, but I do believe he can get 8.5, like really push the envelope. I don't think anybody's trying to pay a kicker double-digit dollars per year, but I could see him pushing, like, this is 6.5 a year. Cowboys were offering 7.5. They probably feel strong about that offer after seeing this. If I'm Brandon Aubrey, I'm like, that's cool, but that just shows you how much further ahead of the game I am. I need 8 million a year. I need 8.5. You push it to the limit. They already tendered him at a second-round tender. No one's giving them a second-round pick. And guess what? Dallas is going to match the offer, whatever you sign him to, unless you sign him to some crazy offer. But then you would be signing a kicker to a crazy offer and giving up a second-round pick for him. Nobody's doing that. And they know that. That's why they tendered him at that second-round level. So good for the Texans because Ka'imi Fairbairn is really good. I want my Ka'imi Fairbairn. Like, can our guy be Ka'imi Fairbairn this year? Can we lock in and solidify our place kicking woes this year? Can we just, and he's young too, can we get this right this year? Please? I hope we're done with this shit. I'm done talking about kickers, man. The Giants solidify the linebacker position by agreeing to terms with linebacker Michael McFadden on a 1-year deal. Remember, he was the one that got hurt. Remember, I said they moved on from Bobby Okereke, excuse me. And McFadden was the other linebacker. He had gotten hurt, but them bringing in Tremaine Edmonds easily could have signaled the end of Michael McFadden there, but they're bringing him back on a 1-year deal. He's a really solid linebacker too. So they got some pretty good depth at linebacker now through the Giants. So a lot of kicker news today. Of all things, kickers are dominating the early stages of day 2. All right. Let's get back to the comment section. JLG, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy JLG writes, what it do? What's good with you, JLG? I'm not seeing much at linebacker. Do we re-sign Bobby Wagner? No. there's still some stuff at linebacker. So I think I have one or two guys on my list. Leo Chanel, as you can see, is at 12 on my list of available free agents. I think right outside my top 25 may be my second one, which is Caden Ellis. So there's some solid guys left. It's just not, there's not much. You're not wrong. There's not much left. But there is no scenario where bringing Bobby Wagner back is the answer, because you treat Bobby Wagner like a veteran in the NBA that's taking up minutes, and you want a young guy to play. You got to move on from that veteran to create minutes for the young guy to get on the floor so you can see what he can do. Bobby's not going to sit on the bench happily. Okay, Bobby's not playing first and second down and allowing you to take him off the field on third downs. Bobby didn't even like when they did that when he was here these last 2 years, when they would try to take him off the field. When we were blowing teams out, Bobby would have an attitude. He didn't want to miss nothing. So even though he's at this stage of his career, Bobby in his mind is still playing at an elite level. I'm not coming off the field for nothing. So I liken it to when we drafted Antonio Gibson and Ron wanted to keep Adrian Peterson here because remember, Adrian Peterson was here before Ron got here, and he was the only thing we had when Ron got here, right? And they asked Adrian Peterson, would he be okay mentoring Antonio Gibson? And he was like, hell no, I won't play. So they had to cut his ass. Cut his ass. Because these dudes that are Hall of Famers, in their mind, they're the last ones to realize I ain't the Hall of Fame guy that I once was. At least in Bobby's case, he's still playing at a high level. There's just deficiencies that come with it, and those are glaring deficiencies. So that teams take advantage of. So he can't be back. He can't be back. Terry Maples, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes Patrick Queen on the block. Steelers want a third or a fourth. Again, we got nothing for him, but he's an intriguing name. An athletic guy. They just signed to a deal about 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Probably still relatively young. I'd guess that Patrick Queen's probably 27, about to turn 28. No later than 28, about to turn 29. Let's check on Patrick Queen's age. I'm gonna say 27. He is 26 years old, about to turn 27 in August. So very young. Like I figured he was young. He's even younger than I thought. So, and there's always been a hit or miss element to Patrick Queen. When he's on, he's one of the best linebackers in the league, but there's an inconsistency with him where he's either on or he's off. There's no, straight line with him. He's up, he's down, he's up, he's down, he's up, he's down, he's up, he's down. And that can become frustrating after a while. You want some level of consistency. And so that's probably why they're looking to move him. Again, you don't move on from players that you're very happy with. That's not how this works in the NFL. And, oh, by the way, it's kind of a changing of the guard in Pittsburgh with Mike Tomlin out, but still. Omar Khan is still the GM. He was the one that traded traded. I think that was a trade. It wasn't a trade. I think they just signed him in free agency. He was the one that signed him and probably haven't gotten what they thought they were going to get out of him. Now they're looking to move on. See what happens there. John Perez, my guy, JP, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, love the Oweh signing, but hate missing out on linebacker. Like I told you guys from the jump, I don't think they were ever in the top of the linebacker market. You haven't heard one report that we were linked to a Quay Walker or Devin Lloyd or any of that, because we weren't, and they weren't in the market for a linebacker of that ilk. I'm telling y'all, I know you don't want to hear this shit, but I'm not telling you that they love their linebackers, but they think that their linebackers have a chance to be really good. But I do think they want to add to the position. I don't think it's a finished product. But they think that their linebackers are better than what we think of them. Which again, fresh eyes, fresh eyes, fresh eyes, fresh eyes. This is the shit that complicates everything. I told y'all that when we went before we got to free agency, I said Durante Jones is the wild card because we don't know what he thinks of Jartavis Martin. We don't know what he thinks of Will Harris. We don't know what he thinks of Jordan McGee. We don't know what he thinks of Ale Cajo. We don't know what he thinks of Tyler Owens. We don't know what he thinks of Frankie Louvu. We don't know what he thinks of all of these players. We have no idea. He could think that these guys are awesome and I could do something with all of these guys. We've all but given up on Jartavis Martin. None of us think Will Harris, not none of us, most of us think that Will Harris is a quality depth backup safety, not a starter. I've had somebody say Will Harris is a really good starting safety. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I love Will Harris off the bench in a pinch. But he may see something different. So guess we're going to find out. Guess we're going to find out. Um, all right. So, we get the numbers on these contracts initially, and the numbers aren't because, agents are the one reporting a lot of times these deals. So they're going to report the high end version of the deal, not the actual version of the deal. So here are some updated numbers. Elijah Vera Tucker's deal, 3 years, $42 million with $21 million guaranteed. That's not what was reported initially. I think the initial deal was like 3 years, $48 million or something like that. Travis Etienne, remember yesterday we were getting 4 years, $52 million. That's 13. No, it's 4 years, $48 million. That's 12. Okay. $28 million guaranteed. Giants, Greg Newsome, I think we said this earlier, but it's 1 year, $8 million. It can get to 10, $3 million guaranteed. So we're getting, and I gave you the real numbers on the Mike Evans deal. Yesterday we were getting 3 for 60. It's 3 for 42 with 14 of it guaranteed, right? So that's a significant difference than what was reported initially. So I love that my guy Ari goes back and cleans up some of that, because agents are going to give you the maximum value of a deal because they want it to look like they just struck a massive deal for their client, because that's how they sell themselves to future potential clients. Look what I did for this guy. Look what I did for that guy. But the real numbers are important because that's how other teams go off of how they're going to pay a guy that they may be trying to pursue. So those numbers are really important. See if anything else has transpired. Panthers released veteran defensive tackle Ashawn Robinson. Feels like he's been in the league forever. I think him and Duran might have came in at the same time. I feel like they came in at the same time. All right, so let's check my phone real quick to make sure ain't nothing else happened. All right. So nothing here. Let's get back to the comment section. See what he talking about real quick. All right. Let's get back to your comments. And we'll keep checking. Normally, like I said, things go cold as you approach the top of the hour. And then you get a influx of news after the turn of the hour. So let's see if that happens after we pass 2 o'clock. Pretty quiet day thus far. Yesterday, tons of fireworks. Pretty quiet. I mean, over 100 guys signed yesterday. So again, I would assume that there's still names out there, right? Still names out there. You see my list, a lot of good names at that still available, that you would assume would be a part of this wave. Because some of these guys that are available, they don't have to, you don't have to, do anything with them right now. You can put them on the back burner and come back to them because they're not a part of the first wave of free agency. A lot of these guys that are on this list that you're staring at on my screen right now, they're a part of the first wave of free agency. You expect them to get deals done in this first wave. They're not second wave free agent signings. So um, we expect to hear something today on a Rasheed Walker, on a Trey Hendrickson, on a Reek Woolen, on a Romeo Dubs, on a Juwan Jennings. Like Kaylavon Chason, I thought would go yesterday. I'm shocked that he's still here. So that might speak to maybe he, is waiting on, a bigger market for himself to develop. Because some guys bet on themselves, like, okay, I thought that there would be more money out here for me. I'm gonna just wait. Sometimes it proves to be a shrewd strategy. Some others, not so much. The money dries up, and all of a sudden, now you got to take a 1-year prove it deal, right? Um, but other teams are going to clear cap space, and maybe they will be interested in giving you a deal that other teams weren't. So, um, if you ask me, who am I most shocked that didn't get a deal in day one that's still on the board? I would tell you it's Kaylavon Chason, because I thought Trey Hendrickson would have a rude awakening, and there's a lot of question marks about Reek Woolen, right? His consistency. He had a bad penalty in the divisional round game against the Rams, or the NFC Championship game, excuse me, against the Rams. And he gave up, some big touchdowns in those games. Um, so there's question marks about him. And so what is that number? What number makes the most sense for him? Nashawn Wright came out of nowhere, 1-year wonder. He may be trying to break the bank, and teams are like, oh, hold on, homie. Slow down, homie. Slow down, money. Tell that kid to come down to headquarters, right? Gotta get this money, right? And so he might think he's worth this. His agent is in his ear telling him he's worth this, and teams are like, bro, this is what you're worth. That's a bitter pill to swallow. But Kaylavon Chason, coming off of that year he just had, and he's been ascending. The year before, he had a solid year with the Raiders. Then he takes another step forward, and he's starting to show what he was as a first round pick. I just thought, like, I watched guys like Joseph Osai go early in free agency to the Jets. Like, what? No disrespect to him. I love Kingsley Enagbare as a edge rusher, or as a edge setter, but those guys aren't better than Kaylavon Chason. So I think there may be a disconnect there in how much he's looking for and what the market is presenting to him. I think that's why you're seeing a number of these guys still here. Someone like a Kevin Byard is more so age bias, right? He's like 33 years old. As well as he played for the Bears last year, you're still old, so you gotta wait. I think you're gonna see some of these names start to find some homes here at the other side of 2 o'clock. I think you're gonna start to see some things happen, some things start to shake. Let's get to the comment section while we wait. Tyrone Malone, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Tyrone Malone writes, Dak is my favorite quarterback after what he did Sunday. Didn't see it, but I don't give a shit what he did. He can be a great human being. He will never be my favorite quarterback. So, whatever he did, great for him. Marcus B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Hey, credit to them. Credit to them. Off topic. Lou, didn't you say you almost got robbed? Wrong person. Wrong person. Wrong person. Tribal Warfare. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Tribal Warfare, writes, I cringe every time I hear someone talk about Terry leaving. Y'all need to stop cussing at me. It bothers me a little bit too. I'll be honest. It bothers me a little bit too. Like, why are we even having this conversation right now? Why are we doing this? It's so unnecessary. But I also have to continue to tell myself, what space are we in right now? We are in a filler space, right? People are looking for. I didn't feel like this was necessary right now. That was a conversation for May, June, when there's absolutely nothing going on. You could bring up some bullshit like that. This right now, we got all this shit going on. This conversation about Terry is so unnecessary and irrelevant. Why are we talking about what's going to happen next year right now? That's number one. You get into the season or you get closer to the season, okay, I could understand that conversation. But to talk about Terry being done after this year is asinine. One, I've said this a million times. He's going to age really well. Two, he has not been in the league that long. When you look at a guy like Mike Evans, he's going on year 13. Year 13, it took him 12 years to finally get up out of Tampa. Why can't that be Terry McLaurin here? And yes, he didn't get started at the age that Mike Evans. I'm aware. I'm truly aware of that. But you telling me that Terry can't spend a decade here in Washington? Come on, man. Stop that shit. And I think he's going to silence all the doubters, all the naysayers, put this shit to rest so we don't have to have these stupid ass conversations anymore. But he's got to go out. And obviously, this is the first year he was hurt. Like, I hate this shit. It's not like this has been an ongoing thing with him. And we know why he got hurt. Yeah, he did it to himself along with Adam Peters and that whole situation. He was just as guilty and culpable as Adam Peters was. But when he played last year, he still is that guy. So, yeah, I hate this shit too, Tribal Warfare. I'm with you, man. Roland Edward, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Roland writes, where we stand as of today in the NFC East division. Do our power rankings by team, coach, offensive, defensive coordinator, offense, defense. All right, hold on, Roland. Keep rolling. Let's see if we've hit 2 o'clock. Let's see if anything has come down the pike. All right, nothing there. May take a little while too. Nothing there. And strike three. We're out. Okay. So let's let's get to your comment real quick, because I don't think it's very hard to answer. Roland wants to know where we stand. Team, we are third in the division, I would say, behind Philadelphia and Dallas right now as a team. Giants fans will probably argue we're behind them. Our quarterback's better than yours, and until that changes, or your roster is that much greater than ours, that it makes up for the deficit and the gap between Jackson Dart and Jaden Daniels, you will remain behind us. And you know what I'm really anxious to see? I think that's a powder keg waiting to explode. That feels like a volcano over there, because your general manager is still there, but your head coach doesn't feel like he needs to answer to him. That just feels like a nightmare waiting to happen. And I'm really anxious to see if John Harbaugh on his own is capable, because say what you want about Flacco, Flacco's still playing at like age 42. And he wants to start. I don't know if you guys saw that. Flacco said he's looking for an opportunity to start because he played well last year when he got the opportunity with Cincinnati, which is crazy. He shouldn't be starting for anyone, though. He's had opportunities to play in certain systems and it just didn't work. But he can still play in this league. Flacco's a good quarterback, is what I'm getting at. And we know he had Lamar. Now he's got Jackson Dart. And I'm not saying Jackson Dart is ass, but I'm not sold on Jackson Dart yet either. I've seen talent from him. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not sold on him either. You know, that game that he played against us, that spooked me a bit. Boy, he was awful in that game. We were shit. All right. We were trash. We got no business beating the Giants. And Jackson Dart was awful in that game. Awful. So I gotta see it. So I'd say team-wise, we're third. Coach-wise, you know what? I think our division, the coaches suck in our division, to be honest with you. This isn't like the AFC West where you think, shit, Andy Reid, Sean Payton, Jim Harbaugh, right? And we'll see what Kubiak, the young Kubiak, is all about there. But Clint Kubiak, this ain't that. I've always said that I think that Nick Sirianni is a tool, right? So I don't think he's a great head coach. I think he's been carried by really good players. Um, I think I might be wrong about Dallas's head coach, Schottenheimer. I thought he was just a token hire, and he is, because Jerry needs a puppet, but I think he's more than that. I don't think he's a Mike McCarthy guy where, or I don't even think I gave him that level of respect. I thought he was a Jason Garrett hire. I think I might be wrong. Right. We'll see. He might be exactly that. It felt a little different. They went through some things, the death of Marshawn Nealon last year. He benched guys for, misconduct or showing up late. Like, it took balls to bench CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens for, breaking curfew or whatever the hell it was that they did. That took balls. And he didn't back down from them. He showed backbone last year. He showed resolve last year. I was somewhat impressed by him. I'll be honest. Now, it's also easy to do that when you're playing the Raiders too, but I don't think it would have mattered. I don't think the opponent would have mattered. I think he would have done that to send a message, regardless of who the opponent was. Harbaugh, I would guess Harbaugh would have to go straight to the top of the list, just based off of the fact that he's the only coaching the division. Well, no, Nick Sirianni's won a Super Bowl too, but Harbaugh is won the Super Bowl. Sirianni's won the Super Bowl. So I guess you have to put them 1 and 2. And our guy has gone to a Super Bowl, so you'd have to put him 3, and then I think you have to put Schottenheimer 4th. But that's an interesting conversation. Defensive coordinator, we're at the top of the list, and it's so funny because I forget the Giants got the Titans' former defensive coordinator, Wilson, Denard Wilson. Everybody else, I think, has brand new coordinators that are unproven. I think Dallas has an unproven coordinator. The Eagles have, I think, Christian Parker, right, from Philadelphia, if I'm not mistaken. Unproven. We have Durante Jones, unproven, and then the Giants have the only proven commodity, but he's not a needle mover. So that's a wash. I just think I can't say, just because I'm biased, I can't put Durante Jones at the top because he's never called a play in the NFL. So I just have to say that's a wash. Nobody leads that conversation. Offensive coordinator, we don't know what David Blau is, so we can't put him anywhere near the top. The Giants, I forget who they brought in, but it was somebody that I said both of their hires were meh as coordinators. So I know I don't love their coordinator, whoever the hell it is. Dallas, Schottenheimer's calling their plays, and I think he actually did a really good job last year. And Philadelphia has a new play caller yet again. Seems like they get a new one every year. So I'd have to put Dallas at the top there. The Eagles have a former NFL quarterback. He was a backup. I just don't remember which former backup quarterback. I think he played in Green Bay. But he hasn't called any plays either, so he has to go down to the bottom with us. So I guess the Giants, because they have an established play caller, even though I think he's basic, would be second. And then the Eagles and us would have to be tied for third because our guys haven't called plays yet. And then offense and defense, Cowboys have the best offense, followed by the Eagles. Then right now, I'd have to say the Giants are, and we're in last. We haven't filled out our offense yet. We don't have a cachet at the running back position. We don't have anything at tight end right now that we love. You don't have a number 2 receiver yet. Now, again, once all of this fills out, it could look vastly different. But right now, I'd have to put the Giants ahead of us. I don't love their running back situation either, but they got tight ends. They got a number 1 receiver. We do too, but Malik Neighbors is Malik Neighbors, right? I think our offensive line is better than theirs, and our quarterback is better than theirs. So probably still give us the edge on offense. So I'd put us third because of Jaden Daniels, off the strength of Jaden Daniels, and the offensive line too. Our offensive line is better than theirs. And then defensively, we're last. I mean, that's not hard to decipher. Philadelphia's first. The Giants are second. Dallas stinks too, but they've made some changes. They traded for Rashawn Gary. They traded for Quinnen Williams. They got Kenny Clark. You got to assume eventually if they add enough pieces, it's going to come together. At least they got some stuff. So we'll see. I got to put us last for now. But again, it could change. It could change. All right, let's check and see if we got something now. We're giving it a little bit of time. All right. So we got a little something. Let's put that in my back pocket for now. See if we got anything else. All right, that seems to be the only bit of news we got right now. So, all right. All right. So, Braden Smith, 2 years, 20. I'm seeing 20. I'm seeing 25 mil. So somewhere in that neighborhood. Um, he has agreed to a 2-year deal with the Houston Texans. I always tell you, a lot of times when you see free agents sign, they usually sign within the division because nobody knows you better than teams in your division. So the Texans snatch Braden Smith away from the Indianapolis Colts. This is a big move for them because their offensive line was shit last year, was the Houston Texans. Um, it's been shit for 2 years. It was better last year than it was the year before when CJ Stroud was just getting murdered, but they still had issues last year on their offensive line. So getting a guy like Braden Smith is definitely going to help. And he's got versatility. He's probably more so a right tackle, but he can also play guard as well. So he'll give them a little bit of versatility. And he was on my list of the first guy on the list today to be signed. He was number 5 on my list. So we'll go ahead and put an X by his name, take him off the list of available free agents. The first of what I think is going to be quite a few that end up signing today. So Braden Smith is a Houston Texan. All right. um, so the Patriots put an interesting clause in Elijah Vera Tucker's deal. 4.25 million in per game roster bonuses over the 3-year contract. So it's 250K per game if he's active. That's a lot of money. But that speaks to just how injury riddled his career has been and how much they're basically attaching health to the money that he can make in his contract. If he's not healthy, he's not going to see a lot of money in that contract. That's wild, but that's what happens when you've got that kind of stigma attached to you. We got to make sure you're incentivized to somehow be on the field. The Raiders are trading Geno Smith to the New York Jets, bringing him back to where his career started, per Adam Schefter. So let's go over to Shefty's page and see what he's got on this. Probably don't have any details yet, but that's pretty big news. So here it is. Trade. The Raiders are sending quarterback Geno Smith and a 2026 7th-round pick to the New York Jets in exchange for a 2026 6th-round pick. So this is essentially the same deal we just saw with the Colts and the Steelers and Michael Pittman Jr. Late round swapping of picks and a veteran player attached. So the team that gives up the 7th-round pick is getting a 6th-round pick back in exchange. So it's the same exact deal we saw with the Steelers and the Colts when they traded Michael Pittman Jr. Raiders attach a 7th-round pick to the veteran because essentially we're asking you to take on his salary, right? So we'll attach a 7th-round pick and you'll give us back a 6th-round pick because we're giving you a starting quarterback and a commodity that you can use, and you're doing us a favor and we're doing you a favor. So Geno Smith going to start for the Jets. So that's one quarterback destination off the board. And I like this for Geno because there's enough talent in New York for them to not be ass, for them to be competitive. They just needed consistency at the quarterback position. Look, Geno going to turn the bitch over, right? We saw that last year. Geno going to turn the bitch over. He's going to have 2 or 3 turnover-worthy plays a game. But For every one of those plays, Geno's going to throw 3 or 4 dimes, and he's going to put you in a position to have a chance to win if you're playing the kind of defense that gives yourself a chance to win games. So Geno Smith now a Jet, one more quarterback destination off the board for guys like Kirk Cousins and Kyler Murray, who are going to be looking for new quarterback homes. One more destination off the board for them. So Geno Smith was out there thanking God the other day that the Raiders were going to get him up out of there. And now he's found himself a new home with the Jets. I hope he plays well because Aaron Glenn, that was a shit show last year. That was an absolute shit show. And you can see what they're doing. They're bringing in guys that should be able to. Romeo Doubs agrees to a deal with the Patriots. That makes a ton of sense. If I were him, that's where I would go. So Romeo Doubs. So look, Ricky Scoops was right. It was Patriots and Commanders. And he said, look out for those two teams. And the Patriots went out. They need a number one. If I'm the Patriots, I'm doing everything that I could to try to get this guy to sign on the dollar. I can't wait to see what this money looks like. If I'm Romeo Doubs, I'm just going to New England based off of the opportunity. They don't have a number one wide receiver. They don't even have a real number two. Like, they got a bunch of, 3s and 4s out there in New England. He's going to be the clear number one out there. I don't know if that's a good thing. I mean, unless they do something else, I don't know if that's a good thing, but it's good for him. If he's looking for the opportunity to be the guy, he'll get it in New England. He wasn't going to get that opportunity in Washington. So another one of my top free agents off the board. Let's see if we can find some money with this. Let's see if Ian or somebody else has the money that's attached to this. It'll come out eventually. So 4 years, $70 million. That's a lot of money. That's, again, I just talked about this with the Titans, and that's why I brought up that situation. 4 years, $70 million is low level 1, high level 2. 4 years, $70 million. You're talking about 15 would be 60. 12 would be 68. So you talking about $64. 17 would be 68. 17.5. 17.5 is number 2 money. 17.5 is number 2 money. It's high-end 2 money. No, it's number 2 money. We'll just call it number 2 money. That's standard number 2 money, basically. He wasn't going to be the number 2 receiver more likely than not in Washington if you're signing Brandon Ayuk. And that therein lies the problem, right? Therein lies the problem. If you know you got Brandon Ayuk in your back pocket, which the Commanders, I'm assuming, do, there's a certain point that you would go to. Like, you want to add a guy like Romeo Doubs, but you want to add him for the right price. If this were 4 years, $60 million, 4 years, $55 million, you could do that for a number 3 option. Really, if you're talking 3, you really want it to be like 4 years, $48 million, like $12 million. That's a third option. 70 million, you're the number 2 receiver. Over 4 years, you're the number 2 receiver. So another option off the board. Let me take him off my list. So I told you that 2 o'clock hour would bring some news. 2 o'clock hour would bring some more news, and it has. So let's get to our list. So Romeo Doubs. So my number 5 and my number 6 guys come off the list back to back. Boom, boom. Then we get the Geno Smith news. All right. So 2 o'clock, bringing some news. All right. Let's get to the comment section. See what you guys have to say. All right. Terry Maples, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My God, Terry. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB writes. Lard Butson mad as F. If I don't know what you're referring to, but if I had to guess, he's probably more upset that the Eagles haven't done anything yet. And this is their strategy, right? This is what they do. They're acquiring compensatory picks by allowing all of these guys to leave in free agency, let them sign lucrative contracts elsewhere, like linebacker N'Kobe Dean and Reed Blankenship at the safety position, allowing these guys to walk and sign contracts elsewhere, and not signing guys to free agent deals from the outside, not bringing back Jalen Phillips and spending money. They are going to get compensatory picks next year, just like they got 4 of them coming to them this year. So they're adhering to that formula, and it's probably pissing him off because he wants to see the team. And look, I will say this. This is the first time I've seen Howie Roseman do something that not first time. He's done a lot of questionable shit that I was like, that was dumb. But normally, the standard operating procedure for an in-season trade, if you trade for a guy at the trade deadline and they're young and you give up real, tangible draft capital, like when we gave up that draft capital for Marshawn Lattimore, that guy's going to be there the next year. Now Marshawn had multiple years left on his deal, so that was easy for us to be able to see he would be there. But for instance, Rashid Shaheed was traded from Seattle. And they gave up, I don't remember what they gave up, but it was a solid pick they gave up. I need that pick to mean something. I can't give away a 3rd round pick and then let that guy walk, 4 months later. Like I need to be able to sign him to a long-term deal. That's why I gave up the 3rd round pick. Right? Unless you're trying to chase a Super Bowl and you're renting a veteran like the Rams were renting Von Miller. That's what you're after. Then you're looking inside. The Eagles didn't give away a 3rd round pick to rent Jalen Phillips. They traded a 3rd round pick to get a guy that they thought they were going to sign to a long-term deal, and they didn't. That was surprising. But he's probably mad about their inactivity. They haven't done anything to this point. If I had to guess, I don't know what's going on with him. Tribal Warfare, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? I would like B-Wags back 1 more year to move ahead in total tackles. Yeah, I'm not interested in a record being made here. He's not a commander, right? He didn't spend 9-10 years of his career here like Ryan Kerrigan did, where you like, hey, I'd like to see him get this record. No, B-Wags can get that record anywhere, right? That man has played for the Rams. He's played for the Seahawks. He's played for us. He's going in the Hall of Fame as a Seahawk. He can break that record anywhere. That doesn't move me at all, 1 bit. Let him go do that somewhere else. Said Dara, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Or Saeed Dara, one or the other. We're going to go with Saeed Dara. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, as a former Commanders staffer, I remember Vinny Serrato walking around like a Timu mob boss, spilling everything. AP's crew is tight-lipped, like Pentagon Brain Trust vibes. Part of me worries they're trying to be too surgical. I don't get that sense. To your first point, yeah, Vinny Serrato was a definitely not cut out to be an NFL executive. Just his laugh alone was cringeworthy. They thought they were smarter than what they were. They were actually buffoons. I'm so glad that that's over, right? AP's crew is tight-lipped the way you're supposed to be. I don't think they're too surgical. I think they have a plan, but you can have a plan and it not go the way you envision it as long as you have a contingency plan. You can't cut Tyler Biotish and just say, well, we're going to go get Tyler Linderbaum. That, without having another plan of action. I think their backup plan should have been, all right, we'll go get, Cade Mays. If we can't get Tyler Linderbaum, well, they screwed the pooch on that one because he signed with the Lions. And then their third option might have been, well, we'll just start Nick Allegretti, worst case scenario. So they have contingency plans in place. You may not love them, but I liken it to this. Every time I make a bet on a betting app, every time I expect to win. Every day I wake up and I put a little money down on a game or I put a parlay together, I expect it to hit. Chances are it's not going to hit, but you can't tell me that. Adam Peters put together a plan. And in his mind, this is going to go off flawlessly. We're going to get Tyler Linderbaum. We're going to get Alec Pierce. We're going to get Odafe Owe. We're going to walk away from this free agency a much better team. Well, guess what? None of that shit happened except for Odafe Owe. I can't fault him for thinking that these things were going to happen. You can't control what other people do. You can only control what you do. Control the controllables. I don't think this is a too smart for your own good or too surgical for your own good type of situation. It's just you can't control what other people do. So ultimately, I think he's fine. I think the fan base is over analytical right now. They're over analyzing everything. This is an off season. It's too much time, right? Too much time. But yeah, I think we're fine. I think we're fine. I think we're fine. GT7. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. GT7 writes, Rico was saying we would happily offer some draft picks for Brian Thomas Jr. Would you? I'm out on trading any picks now. Oh, I already told you. That's not an option. You can't trade this year's picks, and you shouldn't be interested in trading next year's picks either. Again, Brian Thomas Jr. is a talent, former first-round talent, former teammate of Jaden Daniels. But there were some concerns in Jacksonville with him this past year that were valid. And he's going into year 3, which means you're going to have to pay him soon. And you can't keep giving up picks if you want to build this thing the right way. And I can't stress that enough. Now, if you don't believe in your ability, and this is kind of, the dance you do as a GM, if you don't believe in your ability as a general manager, then you keep making trades. Because if you're not a good evaluator of talent, then you need a known commodity instead of going into the draft where you've got to rely on your ability to identify talented football players and your scout's ability to identify good football players and for you to pull the trigger when it is necessary. If you don't believe in your ability to do that, then you should be trading for players. Trade all the picks you need. Get all the players you can get. I would advocate for that if you're not a good evaluator of talent. To me, my ego would get in the way as a general manager if I was in the commander's position. I'm going to show y'all I can make picks in the draft. I'm going to show y'all why I got this draft or why I got this job. I've already shown you I can make trades. Yeah, the Marshawn Lattimore trade didn't work out, but the Jahan Dotson trade worked just fine. Feel like we got good value for Brian Robinson Jr. when it felt like we were going to have to just cut him. I felt like I stole Laramie Tunzel. So I already showed you my ability to maneuver and make things happen, make shit shake. I stole Deebo Samuel for a 5th-round pick. Showing you my ability to maneuver and get shit done via trade. I got to show you that I can make picks in the draft and develop talent here in Washington. That's where I feel like your real bread is buttered as a general manager. Anybody can make trades and be successful in that realm. Some do it better than others. But if you really want to earn your keep as a general manager, it's the guy that, why do you think people are fawning? Not just because they just won the Super Bowl. John Schneider has been held in high regard and revered in league circles for quite some time. Why? It ain't because he out here making a bunch of trades, even though he's made some incredible trades. That trading of Russell Wilson, getting out of the Russell Wilson business just in the nick of time and getting what they got for him was incredible. The Rashid Shaheed trade, incredible. But it's because of what he does in the draft, bro. His ability, his keen and sharp eye in evaluating talent. You know why Les Snead is so good? Yeah, Les Snead is on that F them picks. That's where that shit came from. F them picks. Hashtag F them picks. Came from Les Snead. We called him Trader Les for years because he would trade a first or a second round pick with no regards for future young talent being on the roster. To hell with that. Attack success. That was Sean McVay's mantra. That still is. Attack success. Meaning, go win now. Well, you can't do that if you can't identify talent in the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh round. That's what the Rams been doing, bruh. Finding gems in the third, in the fourth, in the fifth, in the sixth round. They've been doing it for years. That's why they're good. You can trade away your first. They didn't have a first round pick from 2016. Their last first round pick was Jared Goff in the 2016 NFL draft. So from 2017 all the way to 2023, they didn't have a first round pick. Their first round pick was in 2024. They didn't have a first round pick for 7 years. How the hell were they good every year? Because they were drafting guys in the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh round and hitting on those dudes. So if I'm Adam Peters, I'm not going to keep giving away draft picks. I can't. Not if I want to build this thing the right way. And I gotta show y'all I can draft. So while a guy like Brian Thomas Jr. would be an instant upgrade, and he could be the future of our wide receiver position, potentially, which is why you would want to do something like that. Especially if you think Terry's on the way out. Brian Thomas Jr. could be your new number one wide receiver. How about you go find your own number one or number two wide receiver in the draft? How about you stop giving away draft picks and start using them on players that are going to help this team become a triple P? That's my mindset. That's where I am. You got 6 picks this year. You had 6 picks last year. You can't keep giving away draft picks. You just can't. You establish this program. You get it to where you can afford to give away a draft pick for this guy or that guy. Cool. I'm with it. I'm on board. But you got to establish yourself in that way first. And the only way you do that is to actually put together, string together 3-4 years of competent drafting, solid free agent signings to build the roster into one that can withstand not having a second round pick, to withstand not having a first round pick. We aren't even remotely close to being in that position right now. We don't have a second round pick. We ain't did shit with second round picks anyway for the better part of 2 decades. If we are to believe that we are cursed in the second round, 2024 hanging in the balance. If that shit don't go well, then people are really going to be like, bro, we really don't know what to do with second round picks. It don't matter who the general manager is. We done been through 4 different regimes, and the second round pick is still kicking our ass. I mean, just beating the shit out of us. And this one is actually a competent guy. and we don't know what to do with a second round pick. So 2024 is big. That second round, we need some of them dudes. We need at least 2 of them dudes to pan out. Because if they don't, we still looking around like, man, 2024 is really whooping our ass. I mean, the second round is really whooping our ass. So some would say, just get them the second round pick. We don't know what to do with it anyway. We ain't going to draft a good player anyway. If that's your mindset, then okay, trade your 2027 second round pick for Brian Thomas Jr. If the Jags are willing to do that. At some point, you got to find a good player in the second round. We got to stop this shit. That's just my mindset. I want my picks. How do we know that some other player that's even better than Brian Thomas Jr. doesn't arise and an opportunity to get him doesn't arise next year? And a second round pick would get it done. How do we know that? I just want to keep all my options open. That's all. How do we know that an opportunity to trade back into the first round next year doesn't arise? Or an opportunity to move up to get a player that would take a second round pick doesn't arise, and we don't have one because we gave it away. I feel like we're not in a position to be trading away any picks right now. None. But again, to each its own. Everyone has a different perspective on it, right? That's just mine. I said that yesterday, and I'm repeating it again today. Let's see where we are. Anything new? So Romeo Dubs, the deal officially 4 years, $68 million, with 12 more available in incentives. It could get to $80 million. So it's a really good deal. It's a really good deal for Romeo Dubs. I think that's not a deal we were in a position to give him, being that we're going to try to. Because keep this in mind, y'all. If Brandon Ayuk plays well this year, we're going to want to bring him back next year. You know what I'm saying? And despite all of the Terry noise, if Terry plays well, he's not going anywhere either. There's only so much money you want to be spending at a position like wide receiver, which is why draft picks are so important. This is why draft picks are so important. That's why you can't be giving them away. All right. So this is in reference to the Geno Smith trade. This from Adam Schefter. Before the trade was agreed to, Geno Smith agreed to restructure his contract. The Raiders will still pay the bulk of it, and the Jets will take on Smith's contract at just over the veteran minimum. So from a contractual standpoint, the Raiders really didn't get out of it. They just wanted to move on from Geno Smith. So that just kind of shows you that where their head was. They just wanted out of the Geno Smith business. Panthers are bringing back Isaiah Simmons. So remember when he was a big topic of conversation at, the top of the draft? I remember, I think it was Fred Smoot tried to convince us that we needed to take Isaiah Simmons. I don't remember who we took in that draft. I don't think the person we took in that draft was any good, but it wasn't Isaiah Simmons. That's for damn sure. What year was that anyway? I'm trying to think. So we had a top pick that year. That was the Chase Young year. That was 2020. So, and he was trying to convince us we needed to take Isaiah Simmons. Sheesh. Yuck. Let's see where we are now. I was about to say something. All right, let's just go back to the comment section. If it's important, it'll come back to me. Ethan Dykes, my guy. Hey, Thank you for being a member for 18 months. Who writes, hit the like button for the GOAT, man. I appreciate you. Y'all heard the man, public service announcement. Hit the like button if you haven't already done so. Really, truly do appreciate y'all. And let me just say this too, man. Yesterday was an awesome show. Last night was great too. And I just want to thank everybody that rocked with me yesterday, right? That's rocking with me again today, or didn't catch yesterday's show, but you catching today's show, whatever the case may be. It's over 1,100 of y'all in here, man. I really, truly do appreciate every single one of y'all. Thank you so much. I mean, there's so much you could be doing right now. You taking the time out of your busy day to come kick it with the kid for a bit. So I really, truly do appreciate that. And I don't want y'all to think I'm taking that for granted. So big shout out to all of y'all out there. And if y'all could do me a huge solid by simply just hitting the like button, man, that would be greatly appreciated. So thank you, Ethan, for the public service announcement. Terry Maples, stand up. You are the newest member of the MOBB, or excuse me, thank you for your generosity of blessing someone with the honor of being the newest member of the MOBB. Can't thank you enough for your generosity. Big shout out to Terry Maples, and big shout out to the newest member of the MOBB, courtesy of Terry Maples. Really, truly do appreciate you. Yoshi, thank you for being a member for 16 months. Who writes, hey, Lou, why do you think it's so quiet on day 2? Because it was so loud on day 1. A lot of money was spent yesterday. Somebody said it was over 2.8 billion or something like that spent. It was a lot of money spent, a lot of free. I don't remember that many free agents going in the first day of tampering. But you would expect today to be a little bit slower. It's going to move. Like we just saw 2 o'clock hour hit. We had some Geno Smith news. We had Romeo Doubs. That was a pretty big one. We had another one with Braden Smith, which was another big, piece. So you're starting to see some news come in, trickle in a little bit. And as the day continues to progress, you're going to see more and more things happen. But it naturally was going to be a slower day than yesterday. Yesterday was kind of moving at breakneck speed. But I do expect more movement. But also, too, what you got to understand is that in day 2, you can be a little bit more calculated. You don't have to move as fast. The players don't hold as much leverage in day number 2 as they do in day 1, because in day 1, you got to move fast. The player holds leverage. I got this team, and this team interested. And if you don't hurry up and give me what I'm looking for, I'm going to take this deal right here that's on the table. Today, you can be a little bit more measured in your approach. Like, if you're a player, the only leverage you have is the pool of players has shrunken exponentially. So for Romeo Doubs, he's like, bro, I'm the best thing smoking out here. If you want me, New England, you got to pay me. And he's not wrong about that. I mean, there weren't any real, big names. Juwan Jennings is the only guy left now at receiver, really, that's a major needle mover. Let me look at my receivers. But I think that's the case. Pierce gone. Robinson gone. Debo's still out there. Tyreek Hill will be available, but, we don't know where he is in his rehab process and where his head is. Romeo Doubs gone now. Tyquan Thornton gone. Marquise Brown is still out there. Christian Kirk still out there. Jalen Naylor gone. Kendrick Bourne gone. He went to Arizona last night. So Olamide Zaccheaus gone. He was one of the first guys to go in free agency yesterday to the Atlanta Falcons. So a lot of names are gone. And, a lot of the names that are left aren't guys that you view in that light. They're, supporting cast members. So is Juwan Jennings. I mean, what are we saying? But Doubs has a chance to be a leading man. And I think he was one of the last guys on this list to be in that position. So that's the leverage you have right now on day 2. But teams can move in a little bit more. Look, a lot of money dried up. The Raiders spent most of their money yesterday, right? Titans spent most of their money yesterday. You now you have to be a little bit more Because you still got to fill out a roster. You know what I mean? You still got everybody's roster isn't in the same position, but still got to fill out a roster. Still got to sign a bunch more guys. Still got to sign your draft picks. So you still got to have a certain amount of money available to you. And again, I don't think the Commanders are in any kind of financial peril right now. They got plenty of money to spend, but they're going to be calculated. So it's a lot slower today, to be expected, but I do still expect more activity, which we saw. We've seen in the 2 o'clock hour, and I think you're going to see it to continue to trickle in. See if we got anything else. We approaching the 3 o'clock hour, so we might see it dry up like we always do, and then after 3 o'clock, we'll start to get some more news trickling in. All right. So nothing right now, and I think we're probably going to be sitting idle until 3 o'clock, after the 3 o'clock hour. So let me check my phone real quick. All right. Let's get to the comment section. Shizzle P. McNasty. Thank you for being a member for 24 months. All right. Sup, Lou? What's up, Shizzle? Always lurking. Off season will be fun. Hey, I appreciate you. Long as you watching, man. As a fellow lurker, I appreciate you. Off season has been fun to this point. It's been very entertaining, and it's been very fast paced for the Commanders. We'll see if today continues that trend. They were very active yesterday. They've been active with their coaching staff this offseason. They've re-signed a lot of their own players to this point. So, and I expect that process to continue as well. I'd be shocked if they don't re-sign Jacob Martin or someone of that ilk today. So we'll see. Double W. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, we get Brisker and Dubs right now. We're a bottom 5 roster. I don't want Brisker and Dubs. Obviously, this comment was sent prior to him signing or agreeing to terms with the Patriots. But we are, I wouldn't say we're a bottom 5 roster, but we're not that far off. We are not a good roster right now. We have a lot of work to do. But here's the thing. Fresh eyes. Like, we don't know with the guys that were already here, the few talented guys that were here, and the ones that they've added, brought back. Like, we never got to see what anything really truly looked like last year due to injuries. We never got to see what that looked like. So judging our roster based off of last year is not fair, because we were never healthy. Like, you can't say what we would have done defensively with a guy like Dietrich Wise, because we never got to see it. We saw 1 week of it and it looked great. Then it was gone, right? We don't know what these new linebackers are going to look like, what they're going to put on the field, what it's going to look like. We don't know. We have no idea. We don't know what this secondary is going to look like. We think we know. We don't love the secondary, especially the safeties, but we have no idea. Offensively, we don't know what they're going to do at center. We don't know what the tight end position is going to look like without Zach Ertz. We don't know what wide receiver is going to, what's going to become of that position. There's a lot of unknown right now, but there's a lot of time. It's a lot of time and a lot of opportunity for them to add in pieces. We'll see. We don't know what David Blau is going to do. We don't know what this offense is going to look. They want to run the ball more. We know that. We do know that. So again, Terry Maples, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Double up. Oh my God, Terry writes, breaking. Adam Peters overslept but is on his way to the office. Currently on the phone with Jacksonville and texting Chigga Conquo. Stay tuned. Hail Mob. Again, there's still a lot of good guys. I mean, we sit here today at 2:52. Nothing has been done on the Commanders. Very quiet on their end. By 6 o'clock this evening, they could have signed Chigga Conquo. They could have signed Leo Chanel. They could have signed Arnold Abakidi. And they could have signed Rashad White, re-signed Jacob Martin, and added pick a receiver. Pick a receiver. I don't give a shit. And they're going to still add Brandon Ayuk. And then you start to see some of the pieces of the puzzle fitting into place, right? But I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what they're going to do. I anticipate, I've said this, I think the one signing that I did anticipate today would be Rashad White. I'll be shocked if they don't do something at running back today. I'll be shocked if they don't do something at running back today. Yoshi, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy Yoshi writes, fire Adam Peters. We should be calling him second place man. Can't do anything right. Just set this franchise back 3 years at least. Second place man. Like one punch man, second place man. Nice. Nice. So I just got a question for you. How did he set the organization back 3 years? At least. How did he do that this offseason? I'm asking for a friend. Please enlighten me. I'm very curious as to how he set the franchise back 3 years. Let me know. I'm listening. I'm all ears. John Perez, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy JP writes, Jets gonna tank for Arch Manning. Watch. Is Arch Manning even good? Like, y'all keep bringing this man's name up. He was basic as shit. His legs were more electrifying than his arm was last year. Like, when are we going to stop hyping this man up and make him actually prove that there's substance to his game? We'll see. I'm not sold on Arch Manning. And you keep bringing this dude up like he's the next coming of his uncle. Right now, he's his dad. He's Cooper Manning, for all I care right now. He's not even his other uncle, Eli. He's his dad. He's Cooper. Daniel Pitts, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Daniel writes, Lou, I think fans have given up hope that AP is cooked as a GM. He's banking on Ayuk like he banked on trying to get Linderbaum. Fans get to be fans. So they can feel how they want to feel, right? All you can do is try. He tried. Again, my biggest thing is always have a contingency plan in place. So you wanted Isaiah Likely. You didn't get him. Your contingency plan should have been Chigga Conquo. You can still get him. You moved on from Tyler Biadasz because you wanted Tyler Linderbaum. You didn't get him. Have a contingency plan. I don't know what that is. That's the thing. If they don't do certain things, I'll be disappointed, and I'll be disappointed because it'll feel like they didn't have another plan in place. But also, at the same token, they did say before free agency started that they would be willing to spend on guys that were the right fit, that they believed in, that were the right fit. They'd be willing to spend. And so just because they were willing to spend on Likely, Pierce, and Linderbaum doesn't mean they're willing to spend on Okonkwo. Cade Mays was the name I threw out because he was the second best center available in free agency, or even Elton Jenkins, who's now available, but he's not on the level of those other two guys. And he's older. And doesn't mean they're willing to spend on Juwan Jennings or Romeo Doubs or some of these other receivers. They clearly identified certain guys and they wanted those guys. We'll see if that was their thought process, or are they attacking those positions and they wanted those guys, but they still are looking to add at those positions. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Jason Fios, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Lou, we missed out on Dobbs too. I'm assuming that's what it is. Hopefully we trade in for Brian Thomas Jr. What's the plan at center? We looking special, not getting picked for our old center. I think one of the biggest question marks of the offseason thus far is the plan at center. I think that's the biggest question mark. Clearly, they thought they were going to get Tyler Linderbaum. They thought they were going to get Linderbaum. So he could have misplayed his hand with that. Because if they didn't have another plan, this is why I say my biggest issue with them, if it comes out later on down the line that they didn't have another plan, like, your plan can't just be, I'm not going to use a condom, but don't worry, I'm safe and you're not going to get pregnant. That can't be your plan, to not get pregnant. You got to have plans in place. And if your plan was simply get rid of Tyler Biadasz, we're going to sign Tyler Linderbaum, and there was no contingency plan in place, there was no safety net, that's malpractice. I'm not saying that's what occurred, but if that's what happened, that's malpractice. Because at least at tight end, if you wanted Isaiah Likely, you don't get him, you could just lie to us, or you can just lie to yourself and say, we like our tight ends. Okay. Let's see what they got. I don't like it, you don't like it, but okay, let's see what Ben Sinnott can do in this offense that's going to be better suited for him. I still think he's like an H-back. We still need a pass catcher tight end. But okay, let's see what he's got. Okay, so you don't get Alec Pierce. Cool. You're going to get Brandon Ayuk. You're going to add another receiver with some speed, and you're going to have a complete receiver room. Okay, fine. You got a contingency plan in place already there. That's fine. All right. You got a contingency plan in place there already, right? You have no contingency plan at center. Like, Nick Allegretti can't be your starter. That's not okay. So either they're looking at the draft and saying, we're going to have to do something in the draft, which I don't want to spend a pick on a center this year. Maybe next year when you got more picks and you can afford to do that. When you got 9 or 10 or 11 picks, cool, take a center. We got 6 picks, man. 6 picks. You created a hole on this roster that you didn't have to create. And it's the old adage, don't quit your job until you already have a new one first. You got rid of Tyler Biadasz like you already had a plan in place. Like you knew. I was like, and again, this is all hypothetically speaking, because they may have a plan. Linderbaum might have been option A. They got an option B, and we just don't know about it yet. But as far as I'm concerned, it feels like that was the plan and they don't have any other recourse right now. And Nick Allegretti starting is a real thing. It's a real possibility right now. And that's not okay. So I'm not really concerned about anything else right now. Like, corner does concern me, but I already told you, while I'm concerned, I would like them to do more. I'm like, I already know that this particular defense doesn't require elite corners. I hate our safety position. I hate it. But fresh eyes. I've been telling y'all about this fresh eyes, man. I don't know. He might come in here and get Jartavius Martin to be playing at a second-round pick level. I highly doubt it. So do you, but we can't say. It's a different defense. I wanted to see them do something at linebacker. I don't trust Jordan McGee. I think he's talented. I don't trust him. They might get Sonny Styles. Okay. So again, the only issue I have right now is center. That's the only thing I'm tripping off of right now. Like, you got to do something at center, man. That's an important position on the offensive line. And we thought the offensive line was pretty much set. You created a void there that wasn't there prior, and you thought you were going to be able to fill it, and you didn't. So what now? That's the only, we're after the 3 o'clock hour. So that's where I'm at, Jason. I ain't tripping about much of anything other than center right now. That's the position that's got me like, all right. So we probably got to let a little bit more time elapse past the 3 o'clock hour. And then we'll get probably some news around like 3:10. We'll see some stuff probably start trickling in here. All right. So, let's get to the comment section. Carter Crankenstein. I like the name. Carter Crankenstein. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Carter Crankenstein writes, the days of players not wanting to come here are over with, y'all. Cut that out. It's all about the money, period. You telling me players wouldn't want to come play with 5? BS. Again, this ain't got nothing to do with not wanting to come to Washington. This ain't got nothing to do with playing with 5 or not. You know, I think it just boils down to preference. I told you if I was Romeo Dubs, I would have signed with the Patriots too. And I told you why. And if you were Romeo Dubs, you would have signed with the Patriots too. I assure you that the money, I can't assure you that. I'll just say I think the money was comparable. I don't think we were that far off money-wise. If I think it was about opportunity. And if I'm going to New England, I have a chance to be the guy. If I go to Washington, I don't even know where I'm going to be. And if I'm talking to a player, I got to be honest with him. We probably are going to sign Brandon Ayuk. We probably are, or I can't say exact name, but if I'm talking to his agent, we probably are going to add another receiver. Well, where does that leave my client? We still think very highly of him. And so, you know, we would love to add him. But that ain't what the Patriots talking about. They like, yo, bro, you our guy. You come to New England, you are Drake May's #1 wide receiver. Well, it ain't shit to talk about. I'm going to New England. This ain't got nothing to do with not wanting to come to Washington. Isaiah Likely went to New York, I believe. I can't confirm nor deny this, but I believe he went to New York because of familiarity with the head coach. That's human nature, right? Alec Pierce went back to Indy. That's human nature. You don't want to leave the team that drafted you if they're willing to give you comparable money. He could have gotten more money, but the money was close enough. And if all things are basically equal, the tie goes to New England or Indianapolis because that's home. I never wanted to leave. Rashid Shaheed, we might have offered money to him, but he didn't want to leave Seattle. He never wanted to leave Seattle. And I told y'all, I said, I don't think he's leaving Seattle. It's not a matter of our guys being cheap and frugal and he's not doing it. You can't be mad at him for coming in second place when first place, it was their race to lose, if that makes sense. It was never a fair race. They didn't start at the same start line. He was always in second, and the only way he could get to first is if first place messed it up. You can't be mad at that. And again, I wasn't paying. I don't blame him, and I don't know how much he was willing to pay. I'm not paying Tyler Linderbaum $27 million a year. Sorry, not sorry. Not doing it. I don't want a center that damn bad. We'll find some other center. Thank you for making me right, Jaden. We'll find something. We'll find something. Michael Dieter, come on down. I kid. But I'm not doing that shit. I can tell you that. I'm not kidding about that. Sam, I am. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Sam, I am. Thank you for the super. All right, just checking to see if we got any more noise. Look, listen to this Patriots wide receiver room. Romeo Doubs, Kayshon Boutte, Mac Hollins, Demario Douglas, Kyle Williams, Efton Chisholm III. Who the hell is the number one wide receiver? And who's stopping Romeo Doubs from being the number one in New England? Not a soul. Kyle Williams is a deep threat that they spent, I think, a second or a third round pick last year in the draft. He's an emerging young receiver. That's the only guy in this mix, but Romeo Doubs is an established receiver in this league. He's their number one. Could you blame him for going there? I can't. Like I told you, well before he decided on New England, that's where I would have gone if I was him. That's where I would have gone. No questions asked. Shregs, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Shregs writes, what do you think the IU contract looks like? 1 year? Yeah. 1 year. I think I've said anywhere from 8 to 12 million. Somewhere in that neighborhood. A nice round number would be 1 for 10. Right? It could get up to 14 with incentives, that sort of deal, right? That sort of thing. So yeah, that's probably what it looks like. I can't imagine it being, it could be 1 for 15 because the money, you know, the salary cap is going up. And so it could be like a 1 for 15 type of deal. But I'd personally, being that he's coming off an injury, hasn't played in 2 years, you know, et cetera, I'd love it to be a little bit lower than that, but it might be 1 for 15. That's as high as I can see it going. You know, 1 for 15, but I think it's in that 8 to 12 range. So 1 for 10, 1 for 12, could get up to 15 with incentives, that sort of thing. Midnight Lace, stand up. You are the newest member of the MOBB mob. You know what to do. Show Midnight Lace some love. Welcome them with open arms. Welcome to the squad. Midnight Lace. Going commando. Thank you for being a member for 46 months. Salute. Who writes, come on, 49ers, stop playing games and cut our wide receiver. I know, right? Hey, get this party started, man. The hell are you doing? The hell are you doing over there? I know what you're doing, but you ain't nobody trading for him. Just go ahead and cut him loose, man. Stop playing. Jay Taberley, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Jay Taberley writes, I swear AP's closing ability only activates if the player once had a locker in San Francisco. Adafe Owe didn't have a locker room in San Francisco. Jay Taberley. I get where you're coming from, though. Shit, he couldn't even do that with Kendrick Bourne last year. But again, Kendrick Bourne, I think we misremember the timeline of Kendrick Bourne. He became available right when Noah Brown was healthy and actually being productive early in the season. So I think he was available in like week 2, going into week 2, and Noah Brown had just played well against the Giants in week 1. So that's probably why he didn't get signed here. But still, it still pissed me off because we still wanted him regardless. Like, shit, we still need to add Kendrick Bourne. They was like, oh, no, Noah Brown's healthy. Bullshit. Ovechkin fan, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Ovechkin fan writes, people are overreacting to an injury season. Roster needs work, but injuries crushed us. I'd like to sign one of these tight ends, but I'm okay otherwise. I can't just say that the injuries were the only reason that this team was subpar last year. It was a huge part of it, but it wasn't the only reason. A big part of it, another huge part, like there's a lot of slices of this blame pie as to why the team wasn't good last year. Injuries is the biggest slice of that pie, but not too far there after was the roster and its construction itself. The roster wasn't good. It was old. It was decrepit. It needed an overhaul. And so, yes, injuries were a big part. And yes, I think if you're a healthy team this year and you add a few pieces, you're not going to be terrible. We've seen what Jaden Daniels can do, right? We've seen what Jaden Daniels can do, even with lesser talent. The goal is to not put all of the weight on his shoulders this year and make him have to carry us to victory every week. So if that's the goal, then you need to add more talent. I'm closer to you than I am the fans that are crashing out. I think there's a happy medium, right? I don't think it's easy to just dismiss last year and just say, oh, we were injured. That's what the old regime would have done. Oh, we were injured. Let's just get healthy and you'll see what we can be. Nah, the roster was ass last year. The roster was ass last year. It needed an overhaul. So getting new coaches helps. We weren't well coached last year. I think that's no secret. So getting new coaches helps. Fresh eyes, fresh eyes, fresh eyes, fresh eyes. Fresh eyes helps. But you need talent to go along with fresh eyes and new coordinators to make their schemes work. So Rome wasn't built in a day. I told you can't fix everything in one offseason, but I do expect them to be more active. And they will be. Maybe not to the extent that I thought, though. I thought you were going to get a big corner. I thought they were going to, we got a big edge rusher. Thought you were going to get a big corner name. And I thought you were going to get a big receiver. And it doesn't feel like you're going to get any of that unless Jawan Jennings. Again, Ayuk counts as a big receiver. So I can't say that because Ayuk counts. He counts as a receiver. You still got to add some speed, though. Still got to add some speed. And I think there's still guys out there that will allow you to do that. Art by Rapid. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Rapid writes, how you feeling about Reek Woolen, Lou? You know, I want Reek Woolen here. I'd be happy with him being added to this roster. That was my guy in free agency at the cornerback position. That was my guy. But doesn't feel like he's going to be. It doesn't feel like he's long for Washington. Doesn't feel like it. Oh man. Oh man, this is hilarious. All right. All right. So one more sweep. All right. So nothing going on right now. And if this continues, I'll probably just hop off at 4:00. Or until I finish cleaning up all of the comments. Because nothing else has happened here. I thought we would get a little bit more activity. And it still could be coming, but thought we would get a little bit more activity like we did at 2:00 around 3:00. And it hasn't happened. Going Commando. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, right? With the last regime, typically silence meant nothing was happening. With this regime, it usually means they are cooking. TBD. So the only rebuttal I have to that is this regime is always silent. They're never loud about anything. So silence doesn't mean anything with them, really, because they're always quiet. They're tight-lipped. Nothing gets out of Washington. There aren't a ton of rumors that, are surrounding this team. So I can't necessarily say that silence means they're cooking, but I just think they're working the phones right now. They're working and they're trying to, do their due diligence and figure out what the next move is going to be. So Tizzy Bang, thank you for being a member for 51 months. Celebrate! Tizzy Bang writes, hit the like button for our creator, GOAT Louie T. I appreciate you, man. Y'all heard the public service announcement. If you haven't already hit the like button, please do your man, Louie T, a huge solid and hit the like button. Doesn't cost you a thing, but it helps this channel grow exponentially. Big shout out to Tizzy Bang for being a member of the MOBB and his public service announcement. Really appreciate your support and can't thank you enough for holding the kid down for 51 months. Wow, Lex, thank you for being a member of the MOBB for 41 months. Salute. Who writes, been looking up Owe. Good call. He looks awesome. Haven't had a dude like that here in a while. Big, fast, great hands. Many are not aware of his game. Again, I've said this about our fan base, and I can't speak to other fan bases because I don't talk to them. I don't engage them as much as our fan base. I know this about our fan base. A lot of our fans do not watch other teams. If our team isn't involved, they don't care. And I can't tell anybody how to consume the NFL. I can't tell you how to consume football. But to me, you do yourself a major disservice if you don't watch other teams, because then you don't really have any reference points from which to go off of. You don't have any reference points from which to go off of. So to me, when people get upset about a move like Amik Robertson yesterday, I can tell who's watched him and who hasn't watched him. And if you haven't watched him, then we can't have a conversation about what he is or what he isn't. Adafiowe, you're gonna get people. Did they overpay this, that, and third? Look, man, you got to pay to play sometimes, and he was the best. I thought he was the best edge rusher available. Like guys may come available. Jonathan Grenard may become available, and you may see one or two other guys shake free or become available via trade or whatever the case may be. But just pure pass rushers available as unrestricted free agents. That list, and I'm looking at it in front of me right now. Adafiowe, Kwity Paye, Boye Mafe, Kaylavon Chason, Kingsley Enagbare, Joe Tryon, Drake Jackson, Malcolm Kuntz, Joseph Asai, Arnold Ebiketie, DJ Wanham, Dietrich Wise, Azeez Ojulari, Jacob Martin. Of all of those guys, not to mention Trey Hendrickson, Khalil Mack, Von Miller, Jalen Phillips, Joey Bosa, Cam Jordan, Jadeveon Clowney, and Dante Fowler Jr. These are all guys available via free agency this year. All right. The only guy that statistically, like Trey Hendrickson is the one guy, and I don't want Trey Hendrickson. I lumped him in with the Khalil Macks, the Joey Bozas, the Cam Jordans, the older guys that are past the prime of their careers. Now, we don't know that with Trey Hendrickson, which is why he is a guy that is still intriguing, but clearly he's looking for a certain amount of money that he's not going to get. And I think he's getting a smack in the face of reality, right? This is a cold, hard dose of reality for him, bro. You're not getting $30 million a year. I don't know what you think this is, but this ain't 2023. And you ain't just come off of 17.5 last year. You might have gotten that $30 million you looking for had the Bengals set you free last year. Had the Bengals traded you last year. You might have got that contract. You coming off of a season where you barely played. And you get older. Phillips wasn't, to me, had 8.5 sacks, the best he's done in his career. Bosa, back into his career, he had 5 sacks last year. Cam Jordan, back into his career. Von Miller, we saw that up close and personal back into his career. Jadeveon Clowney, at this point, he's a solid rotational depth defensive end. We saw him in Dallas last year. The rest of these guys that I named, he was better than all of them. I think we got the best edge rusher that was available on the market. So I felt good about that. But we need more, right? Not necessarily more edge rushers. We need more stuff. It doesn't end there, right? No name here today. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. No name here today writes, we got to call out AP for Biotis because it made no sense being that reckless. Like the Colts did with Pittman and move on after the fact. Shoot, even a June 1st cut for more money. He didn't win on any front. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. Now, this is what I don't know. I don't know the specifics. I don't know the specifics of Biotis' contract and if there was a certain period that they had to get rid of him before and money would have become guaranteed to him, XYZ. I don't know about all of that. If they had to make a decision right then and there. If that's not the case, if there was no real hard line, deadline that they had to meet in order to avoid paying him guaranteed money in some capacity, then that was a mistake on their part. Moving on from him before they had his replacement. Again, you can't just assume we're going to go get Tyler Linderbaum. Again, it's not like Tyler Biotis was playing at a Pro Bowl level. He wasn't. And he was oft injured. But it beats poor, which is what we are at center right now. Again, plenty of time for them to address the center position. But, somebody could get cut that we didn't see getting cut. Teams have to still get under the cap by tomorrow, the start of the new league year. There may be another cap casualty or two for teams trying to tidy up their books to be cap compliant. And they may be, You know what I'm saying? They may have heard and may know of a guy or two that's going to be released, and they feel comfortable that they're going to be able to get somebody. But I just don't think that's the way to do it. You know what I mean? Again, you created a hole on the roster and on the offensive line that has to be filled, and you got nothing right now. I'm more disturbed by that right now than anything else. What their lack of activity, because there's still plenty of time for them to be active. There's still the draft. There's still time for them to fill some of these positional voids that we feel like they have. Again, you got to also take into consideration you got two new coordinators. You don't know what they feel about the guys that are already on the roster. We feel a way about some certain guys. That doesn't mean they feel that way. But the center thing definitely bothers me till they fix it. Once they fix it, then it's water under the bridge. But right now, it's an issue. I agree with you. They should have handled it like the Colts handled the Pittman situation, which is we're going to hold on to Pittman until we get this Pierce thing squared away. All right. See if anything else has happened. Cowboys added cap space. They restructured Kenny Clark's contract, turning $11 million roster bonus due next week into a signing bonus, freeing up $8.8 million in salary cap space. The Cowboys stay having to do that. I don't want to have to live that way. They stay having to try to restructure, make the numbers dance. Well, if you got it, you can do it, right? That's Jerry's dumb way of doing business. So nothing new there. Let's keep it pushing. Andre Bug, stand up. You are the newest member of the MOBB mob. You know what to do. Show Andre some love. Welcome him with open arms. Welcome to the squad, Andre Bug. Glad to have you on board, my guy. Wilfredo Elias, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Wilfredo Elias, writes, like and subscribe and hit that bell. Please do, right? So you stay abreast of all new content, all live streams. You want to get that notification bell so you can jump on stream and be a part of the show. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. It says, trust AP unless he doesn't do the things I want him to do. The crash outs must be clairvoyant or something. Laughing my ass off. You know, that's any fan though. You love someone up until and honestly, that's human nature, right? You love somebody. You know why they call it unconditional love? Because unconditional love means that there are no conditions on or no stipulations attached to that person's love for you. No matter what, that person's going to love you the same, right? It is rare to find unconditional love. And I can assure you, you will never find it in sports. You will find that amongst players with fans. You will never find it with general managers, coaches, etc. Unless that coach, that general manager wins and wins big. Joe Gibbs gets unconditional love from this fan base. He had to bring us 3 Super Bowls before that happened, right? But he gets unconditional love from this fan base. Adam Peters, Dan Quinn, and Jaden Daniels delivered a season that this fan base hasn't seen since 1991. Now, we didn't win the Super Bowl, which we did in 91. But we haven't seen 2012 wasn't even remotely close to this season. We were ass in 2012. We were 3-6 and then had to win 7 straight just to make it to the playoffs. All right. Then we were bounced in wild card weekend. We went to the NFC Championship game and we're 60 minutes within the Super Bowl. Those guys could do no wrong that first season. There was so much praise. I remember like it was yesterday. The next year, they don't make some moves, the team doesn't win, and everybody's out. Because it's conditional love. It's not unconditional love. You have to meet these conditions in order for me to love you. If you don't, you can go. And I'm not saying that the love for Adam Peters should be unconditional. You got to hold him to a standard. Somebody said this yesterday. The standard is the standard. You got to hold him to a standard. Last year, they didn't meet that standard. So he's 1 for 2. You fire a guy for 50%? Nah. Let's see what this year brings, right? We are literally less than 48 hours into the tampering period, and people are ready to jump off the deep end. It's comical. It is. I enjoy the crash out, though. I enjoy it. You know, it's like me sharpening my knife, right? My skills for dealing with this shit when the regular season hits, because this is nothing compared to the crash outs during the regular season. You know, those are way worse than this. Off-season crash outs, they're just sharpening the tool for when it's really necessary. Because I'm level-headed right now. I'm emotional too during the season, right? So not only are the crash outs super emotional, I'm emotional because we just lost a game that I really thought we could have won, or we just got embarrassed again. And so I'm already emotional. Now you adding in more fuel to the fire. I got to be able to stay even keeled as much as possible. And so this is helping with that. So this is more of an exercise for me than anything else. I enjoy this. This is nothing. When you're building something substantial, of substance, it doesn't come without strife. I go back to Joe Gibbs because he's the last legendary coach this organization has had. He started out 0-6, 0-5, I think it was 0-5, 0-6, something like that. His first year here. Oh, they wanted to fire his ass. You hired a special teams coach to come in here and be our head coach. Get rid of this guy. I wish, as Dan Quinn continues to say, I wish it was just this. Right? I wish it was just this linear track upward. The trajectory was always up, but that's not realistic. This house that I live in now, that we moved into this year, came with a lot of obstacles. I mean, we went through a lot of red tape. We went through a lot of, are we going to get it? Are we not going to get it? Is this going to happen? Is that going to happen? It was worth it. But it didn't come without strife. This is a part of the process. It's not this. It's this. And eventually we want to get to this, right? It ain't this. You ain't just going straight up. It's a slow progression upward. Jaden came in and the shit was like this. And then last year, the shit came crashing back down and it was like this. We don't want this shit. We don't want the lines on the heart monitor machine. We don't want this shit. Right? We want this. Well, in order to get there, you're here right now. Can we make enough moves to get us here, to eventually get us here, and then eventually get us here? And once you get here, now you got a chance to win the Super Bowl. We'll see. You know, the fan base ain't trying to hear that shit though, man. And again, who am I to tell them how to feel? I just, this is why I get a kick out of it. I just sit back and let them feel their feelings, right? But Adam Peters has done a really solid job thus far. I commend him on his financial literacy, his responsibility. He's been fiscally responsible since he's gotten here. He could have been more aggressive in certain instances. Yeah, absolutely. Like last year, the wide receiver position is a great example of him just being a little bit too coy, a little bit too nonchalant about a position. Like, oh, we're good. We got Noah Brown. No, we're not good. Nothing about this screams we're good. You should do something. But all in all, I think he's done a pretty solid job. We're looking for excellence, though. We're looking for excellence. So we should hold him to a higher standard. That's what we want. We want excellence here. We're not looking for mediocrity. We're not looking to be solid. We want to be great. And so I get the frustration of the fan base. But my thing is, we don't know anything about the 2026 Washington Commanders because we have basically a brand new coaching staff. We have no idea what they're going to be able to extract out of the players that we've been feeling some type of way about here. Whether it's a Ben Sinnott, a Luke McCaffrey, Brandon Coleman, a Johnny Newton, a Jartavis Martin. We have no idea what they can extract out of these players. A Jordan McGee. We got all this stuff here that we think is loose parts that might actually be real usable parts on a car that we can assemble, put together, and actually drive. These feel like parts that you just pick off of a car at Pick and Pull. We'll see. That's what I keep saying. We'll see. But human nature is, I always try to make sure I bring everything to focus. Human nature is to love conditionally on certain terms and conditions. That's what fans are. They love conditionally. As long as you're winning, as long as you're doing what I want you to do, I'll love you. The minute that you don't, and you see that with family members, just to bring it full circle. That's why people get mad when you're making money and you tell them no. They ask you for money, you tell them no. They love you on a condition, on the condition that when they need you for something, you give it to them. And if you don't, now they don't rock with you the same. Well, you don't love me like you say you love me then. Let's see if anything else has happened. All right. So it looks like we pretty much hit a standstill here. So yeah, I'm gonna just keep answering the chat and then I'm gonna bounce. Because it don't look like much of anything is going down right now. So let's just knock out this comment section. David, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up your rights. Nah, I'm telling you, Tate is the pick. Okay. We'll see. I mean, I don't think he's the pick, but if you're right, then I'd have to offer you a double O. Tizzy Bang, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Tizzy Bang writes, have you spoke about Keaton Mitchell yet? I wouldn't mind having his speed on the team alongside Love and Bill. Or would we need a bigger back as a backup? You need a bigger back. You got to have somebody in there that's a little bit physical in between the tackles. Not that Jeremiah Love can't be, but you really want, you know, you would in that case you would need to keep a C-Rod or something like that around. You need one of them, right? I brought up Keaton Mitchell, but he's a restricted free agent. He's a restricted free agent, so not sure what the Ravens are going to do with him. They may not tender him, being that he's an undrafted player. They could just do an original round tender, which basically gives them the right of first refusal. So I can't see them just letting him walk. Maybe they do, but you never know. But he's not an unrestricted free agent. Sonny Rawson, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Sonny writes, feel like center in the draft. Not a fan of Jenkins post ACL. Wouldn't mind spending the rest of our money on defense and grabbing J Love and a center. I don't want to draft a center, but if you have to, I mean, again, Daniel Jeremiah said that you can find a starting center in the mid rounds of the draft, which would be the third round for us. And if that's the case and he's plug and play, I'm all for it. That wasn't what one of our picks was supposed to be allocated on this year. You want to spend a pick on the center next year, knock yourself out. But maybe that's their, fallback is that, okay, we'll get one in the draft. If we can't get Linderbaum, we're going to get one in the draft. But Tyler Biadasz is not going to be our starting center this year. And that's cool. As long as you have a contingency plan, I'm good. The contingency plan can't be Nick Allegretti starting. I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with that. I am absolutely on board with drafting a center if you have to. I just didn't want to. Wanting to do something and needing to do something are two different things. We don't get a guy in free agency. We need to draft a center. It's not a want anymore. And no matter what I don't want to do, it's what we need to do. I'm not a big fan of Elton Jenkins either. I wouldn't mind him, but if you're going to do that, you might as well have held on to Tyler Biadasz. You know what I'm saying? So I'm with you on that. Duncan Wright, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, come on, Lou. It's way too early for you. Yes, you got 6 picks, but you also got an NBA bench warmer in charge of your team, Lou. I feel, it's too early for you to be drinking. That's what it's too early for. Put the cup down, bro. Put the bottle down. Put the can down. It's too early for that. Duncan Wright, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Aren't you supposed to be at work right now? What are you doing? Why are you bothering me right now? TikTok voted your stadium saddest of all sports. Fix that first. Impress me. Meh. Educate me. Learn me. Delight me. You scrubs. What are you talking about? 90% of your super chats, we have no idea what you're talking about. So let me ask you this, Duncan. Is TikTok the end all be all? Is that what you're basing your decision making on? TikTok? Thought you were smarter than that, Duncan. Thought you were smarter than that. Dougalicious, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Dougalicious writes, Lou, when Jartavis has a coverage breakdown this year, I'm going to be emoting that fresh eyes shit. Okay. Hey, look, I'm not telling you I'm Team Jartavis. All right. So don't angle your frustrations on me. I'm just telling you what they told us. Fresh eyes, fresh eyes, fresh eyes, fresh eyes. I'm just telling you what they told me. All right. That's why they hired Durante. That's why they brought him in here to have fresh eyes, fresh eyes, fresh eyes. So if Jartavis is in there and he gives up the big play or he misses a damn tackle, I'll be right there with you saying, see. This is why we wanted a new goddamn safety. I'll be right there with you. Mr. Deacon, sir. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Mr. Deacon, sir. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, we definitely drafting a wide receiver at 7. Who are you interested in? We definitely drafted a receiver at 7? Says who? I don't see that as the biggest need this team has. Far from it. Again, assuming that they add Brandon Ayuk, of course. I don't see that as a need that you have to pull the trigger on at 7. I haven't watched enough film to be able to tell you, but if you taking a guy at 7, you need to be swinging for the fences. And from what I've been told, even though he comes with an injury history that I'm not too pleased to hear about, Jalen Tyson is the guy that seems like would be the 7th pick if you were going to do that. But again, I think you're either taking a defender or you're taking Jeremiah Love. That's what it feels like. There's no other offensive guy worthy of taking at 7 to me. If you go on offense, it's Jeremiah Love if he's there. If you were to trade back slightly, now you become in the wheelhouse of a Kenyon Sadiq or one of those receivers that you guys are referencing, but not at 7. Doesn't feel like it. KQ Sports Talk. Been a member for 22 months. Who writes, would you be okay with Dre Greenlaw? I would be fine with it, but that's not a guy that I'm targeting. That's not a guy that I'm like, yeah, Dre Greenlaw got released, go get him. I wouldn't be mad if they brought him in here. I wouldn't be upset, but that's not somebody that I am hell bent on. They got to go get him. I'd be cool with it though. I wouldn't love it. I wouldn't hate it either. Tizzy Bang, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Terry, Ayuk, Debo, Lane, Luke, Burks. Where's the speed? Where's the speed? Anything happens to Terry, you're right back to where you were last year. Now, you would have more guys that could catch the football. You wouldn't be in a perilous state to the point where Simo, Chris Moore, and Robbie Chosen are out there at receiver. You wouldn't be at that point. But if teams wouldn't have to respect our ability to get vertical. Where's the speed at? You got to take Debo out and you got to add somebody in there that has some wheels, somebody that can run. You got to threaten NFL defenses vertically to back them up. All right. So the Jets are signing cornerback Nashawn Wright to a 1-year, $5.5 million deal. So I would assume that his market was not what he thought it was going to be. He thought he was about to cash in, right? And cash out, rather, after that 1 year. And he had to settle for a 1-year prove-it deal again, basically. It's more money than he's ever seen in his NFL career, that 5.5. Like, he ain't tripping off of that. But that ain't what he thought. And if he don't play well in the Jets, we know the Jets ass. If he doesn't play well, he ain't converting his 1-year prove-it deal into a bigger contract next year. So another cornerback off the board, but again, another guy that probably overrated his market. He should have been getting out there when the money was out there yesterday. He waited, thought his market was going to develop, and it ended up being a 1-year, $5.5 million deal. So again, you got to strike while the iron's hot. Browns have re-signed guard Tevin Jenkins. So we're starting to see some of these guards get a little love. I'm surprised Chris Paul hasn't signed somewhere yet. Broncos safety PJ Locke is signing with the Cowboys on a 1-year deal worth $5 million. Another safety added in Dallas. Remember, they added Jalen Thompson yesterday. And then they added PJ Locke. I actually like PJ Locke when he's healthy. So they added 2 quality safeties, have the Cowboys. They really trying to fix this defense. I don't know if it's going to work. Still don't know who's playing corner for them, but they are definitely trying to fix this secondary, this defense in Dallas. That's for sure. All right. So a couple of items there, a few items actually there. Tony Brown, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Tony Brown writes, AP better hope a healthy 5 in a new scheme can be the deodorant for all this funk we are smelling right now. LOL. All this cap space didn't mean jack. Yeah, 5 being healthy is huge, but they like I said, they're not done yet. They're not done. Tomorrow is the start of the new league year. More guys will be released. More opportunities for you to sign players. More guys start to realize what their market is, right? Because you got a lot of guys still holding out hope that the market materializes for them, i.e. a Tariq Woolen. Maybe you're able to be the beneficiary of him thinking his market was going to be bigger than what it was, and then him having to sign a 1-year prove-it deal or something to that effect. So you just never know. You got to see how all of this kind of plays itself out. But you definitely got to have 5, be outstanding this year. That is a fact. That's regardless of whether we made a gajillion moves that we all loved and we're going crazy about, or we're doing what we did now, right? So far. 5 is the key to all of this. So it ain't that funky in here. It ain't that funky. I don't even think we musty yet. We starting to take a trip to Funky Town. We ain't there yet, right? We ain't there yet. Thomas Carter, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy Thomas writes, what up, Lou? What's up, Thomas? What do you think we are targeting for next for starting wide receiver, tight end, cornerback, and center? I also think some depth signings are coming for defensive and offensive players. Obviously, depth is going to be something that they have to address. But that's something you do in the second wave of free agency. We're still in that first wave right now. So wide receiver, Ayuk is all I can say to you right now. I still think they have to add some speed. So there's still a few guys that can run out there, including De'Ami Brown. Juwan Jennings is another name that you don't want to dismiss. The only way I could see Ayuk and Juwan Jennings pairing here in Washington is if they feel confident that Luke McCaffrey and or Jalen Lane can stretch the field vertically for them. If that is not the case, because Luke had a catch against the Chargers last year where he got vertical, but it was the perfect throw from Jaden, and he was being smothered. Like, he did not create separation. Jaden had to put that ball in and Luke made a hell of a catch. Don't want to dismiss that. But the ball had to be where it was at for Luke to make the catch because he was draped. Jalen Lane, we haven't seen his ability to run past anybody yet. Only on double moves. We ain't seen him just be able to just line up and just run and haul ass past somebody yet. But tight end, again, pretty much all the tight ends we came into the day talking about are still available. I don't think we've seen one tight end sign. So Chiga Okonkwo, David Njoku, all those dudes are still available, right? Cornerback, I don't really know what the hell they're going to do there, because I was always of the mindset that they're going to get a premium corner. And in the back of my mind, I knew that there was a chance that they wouldn't. But we still need something. You only got 3 corners under contract right now. So they got to do something else. And it can't just be Jonathan Jones either. You know what I mean? got to be something. And then center, it might have to be the draft. You know, we'll see. More players will get released. Just like we saw the Packers release one of their corners today that they just signed to a 4-year deal last year. More players will probably be released. And we'll see if Washington is Johnny on the spot. You know, I know y'all, some of y'all are of the mindset of you got money, spend it. But what happens when Deshaun Jackson all of a sudden becomes available, or Josh Norman all of a sudden becomes available at a random ass time, and everybody else spent their money and you're one of the few teams with money to go sign those players? Just because you got money don't mean you spend it. You just never know what the hell is going to happen. But I digress. Trey Pelham, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Trey writes, I'm aware of fans crashing out, but I still trust AP. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Let them crash out. I'll watch from afar, and I still trust in Adam Peters. Juan Gotti Talk Sports. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Shout out to my guy Juan, who writes, shit, Lou, we on in all those big offensive players. He says, all those players we in on, all those big offensive players, but they just not picking us. Can't say AP not trying. Latest one was Dobbs. We wanted him. But again, I would have chosen New England too. Like I already told you, you can't be upset at Adam Peters for not getting dudes. He's trying, actively trying, and he's doing his part. He's doing his part. You can control what you can control. Control the controllables. You can't control what the other person does. Unless y'all want to just throw stupid money at a guy and overspend like the Carolina Panthers did for Jalen Phillips. I ain't trying to do that. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to overspend for Tyler Linderbaum. I'm not doing that for a center. Timothy Swindell, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Timothy writes, as one person put it on X, Eastern Motors closes more deals than Adam. Oh, man. I'm this close to rescinding my overreaction. I should have known better. Bum GM, in my opinion. It's all good, Timothy Swindell. Adam Peters still loves you. He still loves you. Not Eastern Motors. At Eastern Motors. Oh, no. Mike Easton, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Mike writes, appreciate all the work you do keeping us up to date with the burgundy and gold, man. I appreciate all the support that you guys show me, continuing to hold the kid down, man. I can't thank you guys enough for all the support that you guys show me. So big shout out to y'all, man. Big shout out to y'all indeed. Appreciate you, Mike. All right. All right. Let's see. Let me check one more spot. Check my phone. All right. All right. Nothing there. All right. It's back to the comment section. Suave, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. 1988, right? Sixers fans been saying Josh Harris is cheap. Again, I think y'all barking up the wrong tree, man. I think y'all are barking up the wrong tree. Wrong tree. Wrong tree. Suave, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, what does it look like we're drafting to you? Nothing is, I told you, nothing has changed. The free agency plan has not been altered or the draft rather has not been altered by free agency. It should always have been and should always be best player available. I don't think that should be altered at all by, you know, what you do in free agency. It may lessen the pressure to pick a certain position. But like for instance, if you got Tyler Linderbaum, then you wouldn't even be envisioning center being an option in this draft because you didn't get him. You may have to draft a center, right? That's how free agency can affect the draft. Is it a must that they draft a center? No. Do you want to go into the season with Nick Allegretti as your center, starting center? No. Is that a possibility? Sure it is. Sure it is. You can't let the fact that Nick Allegretti might be your starting center influence you to the point where you pass up on a really good receiver or a really good tight end or a really good linebacker or a really good safety or a really good edge rusher or a really good corner because you have a need at center. You see what I'm saying? You never want the state of your roster to impact your decision making in the draft, which is why you try to use free agency as a way to mitigate your needs to the point where you have total autonomy of picking whatever it is that hits that is best player available. So I don't think that's changed right now, but again, we're still a full basically 2 months away from the draft, month and a half, let's say, from the draft. So it's hard to say right now because there's going to be a lot more moves made by this team between now and April, late April. There'll be a lot of moves made by this team between now and next week this time. The end of next week, we're going to look like a totally different team. Totally different team. Duncan Wright, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Duncan writes, why you Kings not notify me? You guys scared of me? First of all, we don't notify anybody. Are your notifications turned on? Do you even know how to turn your notifications on? Do you even know what notifications are? This is not the Flintstones. I'm not going to come out of the phones. All I ask is, yes, I'm scary, but let me talk, you scrubs. ain't nobody worried about you. Ain't nobody come to see you, Duncan. Ain't nobody worried about you. JJ forever. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. JJ writes, how about we stop telling people how to feel? These are the same people that buy tickets and merch. These same people are the reason why the team has a budget. Everybody relax on both sides. Yeah, that's fair. If you want to crash out, crash out. Hey, I'm not telling you not to. I have the right to laugh at people crashing out and tell them, because we don't agree on how this is going down. You know, if you spend money, and it's no different than being a taxpayer. You don't like the way your tax dollars are being spent, you get to crash out. You buy tickets, you're a season ticket holder, you go to the games, you buy merch, you support the team, you can crash out. You can do whatever you want. I don't see the issue. That doesn't mean I don't get to talk about people that are crashing out. I don't get to have an opinion about people crashing out. Just like people who are crashing out can say, Louie T, you too damn calm. You tripping. They can have their opinion too. That's how it works. That's how all of this works. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Let me just check real quick. We are past the 4 o'clock hour. Let's just run through these real quick. And nothing. All right. So let's get back to the comment section. Big Money Sonny, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, tell these clowns, leave your feelings at home. They're not clowns. They're not clowns. They just want results. They want to see this team win. I told you, everybody wants the same thing. Everybody, all of us as fans want the same thing. We just go about doing it differently. That is it. That's all. Some people are patient, others are not. I can assure you of this. I've never seen a team win a game in March. I've never seen it done. Not an NFL game, at least. I've never seen one in March. I've never seen one won in April. I've seen teams, quote unquote, win the free agency period or win the draft or win the offseason. I've never seen a team actually win games this time of the year. I've seen moves made this time of the year lead to winning games. See Seattle. See New England last year. I've seen that. But also, Seattle had a second-year coach, and they were on the cusp last year, before this past year, right? They were already on the rise, and they went and got Sam Darnold. Took him to another level. They added pieces via the draft. They added pieces in free agency. They traded for Rashid Shaheed during the season, put themselves in a position to do what they did. They did a lot of smart, shrewd things, but they also have had the same general manager for over a decade. So they have an established program. Meanwhile, a team like Washington is in year 3 of their program. They're starting to build it. They're trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together. So it's a process that's going to take time. But fans are impatient. They want a winner, and they want it now. So can't be mad at them for that. Can't be mad at them. Lang Hughes, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Lang Hughes writes, think Dobbs wanted to be a number 1, was going to be 3 here. Again, I can't say it more times than I've already said it. If I was Romeo Doubs, I would have went to New England too. I said that before he went to New England. I would go to New England. I read you the name of the receivers that's in the room with him. GT7, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. GT7, who writes, I feel like BA is going to be our new Noah Brown. Stealing reps from Scary Terry, making spectacular catches, but can't stay on the field. Give me 1 second. All right. Stealing reps is a bit aggressive. We can't ask for them to find a guy to take opportunities and create more favorable matchups for Terry. And then when the guy comes, we get upset. Like, that's what we want. We want Brandon Ayuk to take some attention away from Terry so that Terry can get some matchups and then we can take advantage of those matchups. The biggest issue that I see is, once again, speed. They got to add another guy. The issue we had with Noah Brown is Noah Brown didn't deserve to get those targets. He's Noah Brown. I can justify Brandon Ayuk being targeted because this is a guy that's had a 1,200-yard receiving season in his career. I can justify Brandon Ayuk getting targeted 8, 9 times in a game and Terry only getting 6. I can justify that. I can't justify Noah Brown ever having more targets in an NFL game than Terry McLaurin. I can't. So I'm okay with that. If that means Terry's going to get more one-on-one, more favorable matchups because Ayuk's opposite of him, I'm on board. Sign me up. Sign me up. Noah Brown, no one was afraid of Noah Brown. No one was afraid of Noah Brown. So hopefully he can stay on the field. I'm not going to put that out in the atmosphere. Hopefully he can stay on the field. All right, just running through real quick, just to check to see if anything else happened. Nothing has. We back at it. Glizzy McGuire, been a member for 18 months, who writes, do you still have faith in Luke or was he a reach? He was a reach. He always felt like a reach. I don't think he was a 3rd round pick, but it's nothing we can do about that now. He's here. What Luke did last year, though, is he showed that he has value on this team as a returner, as a spot duty receiver. He can offer you something. He's not a waste of a pick, but he was absolutely overdrafted. He was absolutely overdrafted. Chill out, Zay. Been a member for 29 months. Duncan is a minor, still in high school. I think he's in one of the smaller classes. Yeah, there's absolutely some of those vibes going on, man. Big shout out to our guy Duncan, man. I don't know if he's still in high school. I don't think he's in high school, but he definitely was in the smaller classes and rode the smaller bus. So I kid, Duncan, I kid. Mr. Deacon, sir, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, also bias, Brandon Ayuk don't move the needle for me, LOL. That's fair. Again, to each its own. And we haven't seen this man play football in almost 2 years. So I get that too. I understand. Nico, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Nico writes, we finally got a superstar quarterback and barely got him a bag of chips. We first in cap space right now. Got to help 5. Defensively, I feel with better scheme, we'll be fine. I don't disagree. Like, that's why I wanted Isaiah Likely or some tight end, and they can still get a tight end. They could still get Chigakonkwo. They could still go get Rashad White. They could still add Jeremiah Love in the draft. They could still get Brandon Ayuk, and they could still add a speed at receiver. All of the things that I want them to add still in front of them, still an option. So I'm not of the mindset that because it hasn't been done yet, it's not going to get done. That's just not where I'm at, But I absolutely believe they have to, and they know that. They've said it themselves. They got to surround Jaden with more talent, and I expect them to do that. Chris and Pip, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy Chris and Pip writes, these coordinators need to have a chip on their shoulder because free agency ain't coming because of them. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that free agency isn't happening because of them. Again, Adam Peters tried at a number, went after a number of guys, and they just settled on somewhere else. That has nothing to do with our coordinators. The only thing I would say is the cornerback position. Definitely because of Durante Jones, I believe, in his system. Totally believe that's the case with that. D-Man Cart, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for being a member for 27 months. Who writes, players are saying no thanks to us. I don't really see that. I don't really see that. Again, the only player that I feel like basically said I'm good was Isaiah Likely. And again, he chose his former coach. I can't blame him for that. I mean, put yourself in his shoes. You got two companies offering you relatively equal money. You're leaving one company, and there's two companies aggressively coming after you. They really want you to head up the, futures division at their company. They've identified you. They've got a nice package for you. When you show up, good insurance, good money, good bonus, lots of time off, everything you're looking for. So everything's basically equal. But the guy at company A was your former boss, and you guys had a hell of a relationship. And then you don't know anybody at company B. Which one are you going to choose? You're going to go to company A. You know that guy. He's had your back in the past. You guys have a great relationship. I know if something goes down, he's going to have my back. That's the guy that believed in me, that gave me my start. I'm going there. That's the only guy that I felt like made a conscious decision to choose another location over Washington. Tyler Linderbaum, that money was ridiculous. Again, I still don't know what the hell the Raiders were thinking. Alec Pierce didn't want to leave Indy. Neither did Rashid Shaheed. I don't know if we were ever in on him, but he didn't want to leave Seattle. Romeo Doubs went where the opportunity was. Can you blame him? So, again, I don't think players are saying no thanks to us. That's not the way I view this. But again, to each its own. Blake Taylor, been a member for 17 months. Ain't been around, but like you, always lurking. Thank you. Hey, really appreciate you, Blake, as always, man. Always good to hear from you. Say hello to the wife for me as well. And kiss the little one for me as well. All right. All right. So nothing. Nothing. All right. Let's get back. Duncan. Right. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Duncan, you a scrub. You a scrub. CGM 87. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Duncan. Duncan. See, got that dumb shit on my mind. CGM 87 writes, should have gotten Devin Lloyd with 3-4 base, shaking my head. Again, we won't be in the 3-4 very often. Devin Lloyd is cool, but I just don't think they were really in the market for a linebacker that was going to cost $15 million a year. I just don't. I don't think they were looking to spend that kind of money. I don't really think they were in on any of these. You might have. I haven't heard them rumored to have been interested in any of those linebackers. We heard they were in on Linderbaum. We heard they were in on Isaiah Likely. We heard they were in on Alec Pierce, right? We heard when they were in on some of these guys. We didn't hear any noise, any chatter. At least I haven't. And they could have been interested in some of those. I don't think they were interested in any of those guys. I told y'all from the jump, I don't think they're going to upgrade linebacker. I don't know if they're going to upgrade tight end. They were trying to. I wasn't sure if they were going to upgrade tight end. And I said, I don't think they're going to do anything at safety. They haven't done anything to safety. They haven't done anything at tight end yet. I still hope, fingers crossed, that they're going to do something there. And they haven't done anything at linebacker. So we'll see. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, these new fans need to relax with the overreactions. What makes you think they new fans? They could be OGs that are overreacting. And again, we can't tell people how to feel. Big Money Sonny, right? As amateurs, matter of fact, they need to check all the way in. and what are you? You the gatekeeper? Huh? You the gatekeeper? Big Money Sonny? We've been doing this for decades. Some of y'all just came out. He says, some nuts. So you the gatekeeper? Like, let people feel how they want to feel, Big Money Sonny. You can't tell people how to feel, man. Let them feel how they want to feel. Oh, man. Timothy Swindell, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Timothy, double up, thank you for doubling up. Who writes, I feel like people forget the goal is to win a Super Bowl. Has AP done anything since 24 gotten us closer? No. So how does the real fans understand? The goal is to win a Super Bowl. But you know what the real goal is? The goal is to have a chance to win a Super Bowl every year, not 1 year. We had a chance to win the Super Bowl 1 year. They skipped steps the next year, trying to chase that elusive Super Bowl, that Lombardi trophy, only to realize that you got to do this thing the right way. You can't skip steps or you'll just be a flash in the pan. You have to build a sustainable model. That shit that we did in 24 wasn't supposed to win a Super Bowl. It wasn't even supposed to get to the NFC Championship game. Yet, somehow, I'm guilty as charged. I fell for the trap too. I thought a move here, a move there, another move right here, and we could be right in there. If these clowns don't fumble and turn the ball over, we might have beat Philadelphia. Turns out we weren't anywhere close. That score was really indicative of how far we were from being where we needed to be. So what he had to do was recalibrate. That's what we're doing right now. And again, I'm not going to keep saying the same thing over and over again. I feel like I'm a broken record at this point. But it's not for a lack of trying. It's not for a lack of trying. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Big Money Sonny writes, it's because Timothy don't really know. Fall back, son. It's useless to cry. Go get your Kleenex and stiffen up that bottom lip. Hey, infighting doesn't solve anything either. Again, like, what's the purpose behind that? Like, that's the worst part about crashing out is when the vitriol turns inward. That's the part I hate. You want to crash out at Adam Peters? Cool. You want to crash out at Dan Quinn? Whatever. I hate when it turns inward and it starts to be infighting. That's what I don't like. That's that shit I don't like. Because that don't solve nothing. Right? And at the end of the day, we all family. I always tell y'all that. Dustin Hahn, stand up. You are the newest member of the MOBB mob. You know what to do. Show Dustin some love. Welcome with open arms. Welcome to the squad, Dustin Hahn. Duncan Wright, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Duncan writes, "Oh, you Kings ain't worried about me. I got proof you guys are fraud." You always talking about having proof for something. What proof you got, man? You always talking about, I got proof of this, I got proof. What proof you got, man? What you talking about? Especially Rio. You want some, you see the Kings next show. I promise I'll give, bro, we going to be live tonight. Pull up. Pull up. Inked up. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Inked up writes, laughing my ass off. Someone said a young QB star, and you've gotten him a bag of chips this offseason so far. Traffic. Sean HTTR. What's up, Louie? LOL. Got you. What up, Sean? Bro. The crash out has been real. That person's not wrong, though. We have not gotten Jaden nearly enough to work with. I don't disagree with that. It's why I wanted to add a tight end, and they still can. It's why I wanted to add a couple more receivers. They're going to add Brandon Ayuk. Got to add some speed. They still can do all of those things. That's why I wanted to add a dynamic running back. And Bill may be it. They didn't add anything yet. I still think they're going to add Rashad White. They can still add Jeremiah Love. Everything can still happen on the offensive side. And now they got to get a center. They created a void there now that they got to fix too. But they got to take care of 5, man. They got to take care of 5, and they got to put themselves in a better position to take some of that pressure off of him. Don't talk about it, be about it. They talked about it this offseason. Now let's see some action. I'm about that action, boss. I ain't trying to hear, you running your lip. I need to see a lot less lip and a little more grip, right? Or a lot more grip, a little less lip, as a wise man once said. Tribal Warfare. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Tribal Warfare writes, Duncan said scrubs, but yet he keeps giving you money. Shh. Don't tell nobody. Tribal Warfare. Inked up. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, we need to go sign Chigozium Okonkwo ASAP. We all been saying it. If you weren't going to get Isaiah Likely, that was the fallback plan. Make it happen. I'm going to be honest with you. It doesn't feel like it's going to happen, but can't say that it's not until it's no longer a possibility. But bring him home, man. Bring him home. All right. This is my last check. And then we're going to get out of here. So 4:30. So we did 4 hours. Very lackluster day, I must say. I thought there would be more activity in day 2 than this, but it was so much activity in day 1 that I guess day 2 just ended up being a dud. Balls Deep, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, is AP at Goodwill today looking for stuff? Possibly. You saved the Goodwill shopping for next week. Still think he's at the mall, but he might be in the back of the store, right? Looking for those orange and pink tags. Save the Goodwill shopping for next week. Dustin Hahn, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Dustin, writes, Josh Harris gave this regime a blank check last year, and look what happened. He ain't no dummy. We're not getting the free agents because we're getting outbid. This regime still needs to prove themselves. Josh Harris isn't the issue. I don't even know why people bring his name up. He has nothing to do with this team's inability to sign free agents. That he has nothing to do with this. I feel like that's just people looking for somebody to blame, which again, that's another human thing, right? Humans They need a scapegoat. They need somebody to pin the blame on. Like, Josh Harris ain't it. Look, that man can never do anything wrong in my eyes until he does something so egregious that I'm appalled. That man gave us back our franchise, bro. Like, it ain't nothing you can say to me to get me to turn on Adam Peter or Josh Harris, bro. Nothing. This man took us from the depths of despair and is giving us hope and prosperity. I don't give a damn about what none of y'all talk about when it comes to Josh Harris, man. I don't care about what 76ers fans talking about, disgruntled Eagles fans that want us to feel some type of way about it. Man, you take that shit, get the hell out of my goddamn face. That shit go, that don't even go in one ear and out the other. That shit go over my head. I don't understand nothing. I overstand everything about Josh Harris. He has nothing to do with us not getting free agents. And even know why his name's being brought up. Saeed Dara. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, Titans aren't signing a running back. Drafting Love, maybe? I already told you that's where Jeremiah Love ends up. Till otherwise notified. I think teams in free agency declared their position on how they feel about Jeremiah Love. The Titans didn't take a running back. Didn't sign a running back, and they could have. They didn't. They had all that money. You saw all the money the Titans were spending. They ain't spend not a lick of it on a running back. Why? Because they finna go draft one. Meanwhile, the Chiefs and the Saints, who were both rumored to be in the market for Jeremiah Love, both decided to go get top flight free agent running backs. Why? Because they knew he ain't getting all the way to our position in the draft, and we ain't trading up to go get him. I think the league spoke loud and clear on what's going to happen with Jeremiah Love. I personally, that's how I perceive it. You can perceive it whatever way you like. Duncan Wright, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Duncan writes, watch tonight, you scribes. I promise to be, God bless you. Not doing that with you right now. Terry Maples, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Terry writes, in case you missed it, AP cooking in the slow cooker today. Catch y'all on the flip. Stay up, Lou. Y'all smash the like for the man. We done again. Hell, that's a perfect way to end this puppy, man. He got the slow cooker out today. He using a crock pot. There's The Steelers have re-signed punter Bill Burr. We got a lot of kicker and punter news over the first 2 days. I wasn't expecting that. Was not expecting that. All right. Hey, go ahead. All right. Let's finish this thing up real quick. Oh, we got some more. Duncan Wright, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Duncan writes, Rio, I meant you bums and tribal quiet, please. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny writes, dope stream as always, Lou. Glad to be back. It's been a long time. Look, I'm gonna keep holding it down until you come back, bro. It's all good, man. Anyhow, can fresh eyes fix this ish, Lou? Sorry to you young bulls for hurting their cheeks and feelings. On second thought, no, I'm not. I don't know. Fresh eyes, fresh eyes, fresh eyes, fresh eyes. I don't know. We're going to see if fresh eyes can fix this. As one person put it earlier, it's a lot of funk. Deodorant is Jaden Daniels' middle name. He's the deodorant of this thing. It's getting a little funky. It's getting a little funky, but that's because of all of the fans whose mouths are open with all of the complaining they're doing. It's getting a little funky in here. I think we'll be okay. It's a lot of time between now and, the draft, and there's a lot of time to upgrade this roster, a lot of time. So I'm not tripping. Glad to have you back, though. Dustin Hahn, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, I'm not saying he's not a great owner. He's the one writing the checks. He ain't a multi-billionaire because he throws money away. You smart, Louie. Just think on it. He's not going to just throw money away, but he's not the reason that they're not signing free agents. Like, understand that we tried on some of these guys. There's being broke, which the Raiders were for years under Mark Davis, to where you can't do anything because you don't have money. And then there's being fiscally smart. It's not smart to pay a center $27 million a year. That's not smart. It's not smart to pay Jalen Phillips $120 million and he's never gotten 10 sacks a day in his life, right? A season in his life. He's never had more than 8.5 sacks in a season, right? That's not smart business. I don't think it was smart business to pay Alec Pierce damn near $30 million, but it sounds like teams were willing to do that. I don't think that's smart business. There's desperate and then there's smart. There's a fine line between the two, and you got to find a way to maneuver and navigate that. And I'd rather miss out on guys and have the fan base crashing out than overspend for guys. And then 2 years later, we're wondering why our cap situation is in hell and being pissed off at the fact that now we don't have any money and we got these guys and we still ain't winning shit. I think there's a way to go about it. And there's a happy medium, right? You're not going to ever appease everyone with decisions that are made. You're not going to appease everybody, but I don't think I'm never going to be the guy. You're going to be preaching to the wrong person, because I had the same discussion last year. I'm not the one that's going to spend money just for the sake of spending money. I was talking to my buddy. He's a Raiders fan, and I was like, y'all was tripping with the Tyler Linderbaum deal. That shit was dumb. I never seen anything. The league is going crazy over it. I remember when I first saw it, y'all saw my reaction when I first saw it. Like, whoa, them cocaine prices. He was like, well, we got it, so we spent it. That's why you the Raiders right there. That mentality is why you'll never be better than the Chiefs, Broncos, or Chargers. We got it, so we spent it. That's a broke mentality. That's a broke mentality. You get money, now you got it, I got to spend it because I got it. So I'm going to go buy this, or I'm going to go buy that, or I'm going to go purchase this, or I'm going to go rent that because I got it. No, that's stupid. So I don't think he has anything to do with the lack of spending. And again, I don't feel like I need to remind you of this because somebody already said this earlier. We spent the third most money of any team in free agency yesterday. We had the third most cap space. We spent the third most money yesterday. Y'all keep forgetting Laramie Tunsil's extension wasn't cheap and it wasn't free. You see Marcus on a $7 million deal. You see Amik Robertson, $16 million. Owe Adafe was 100. Laramie Tunsil was over 60. And Tim Settle was 24 million. That's damn near 200 million right there. So I don't understand where the notion of our owner is cheap comes from. Again, people are just searching for an excuse or an answer or for someone to blame. That's how I see that. How I see that. Big Phil, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Big Phil writes, is it possible to match Atlanta for Kyle Pitts? No. He's franchise tagged. You and I don't remember if it's the exclusive or non-exclusive, but it doesn't matter. If you were to sign him to an offer sheet, and they didn't match, you would have to give up 2 first-round picks. You're not doing that for a tight end. Nobody even, I mean, teams wouldn't even do that for Lamar Jackson. I shouldn't say that. I don't remember if the Ravens put the non-exclusive on him or not, but it's rare to see somebody give up 2 first-round picks. They probably would have done that for Lamar, probably. But you're not doing that for a tight end. So no, you can't match Atlanta for Kyle Pitts. Barrett Downing, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy BD writes, fireworks. Can I get a cupcake with sprinkles? LOL. Respect, Lou. Hey, somebody said sparklers yesterday. Can we just get some sparklers? I'm really surprised we haven't done anything today, though. I'm really surprised that they haven't signed anybody today. I thought that they would have signed Rashad White by now, at least. Taking care of somebody in-house, something like that. For it to just be crickets today, it's crazy. Doesn't mean, again, they're not done. And tomorrow might be a loud day. We'll be back doing this again tomorrow because tomorrow is the actual start of the new league year. But it doesn't start until 4 o'clock tomorrow. So I got to figure out what I want my schedule to look like tomorrow. Because I might come on, because you might see teams desperately trying to get under that threshold by 4 o'clock. And so you may see moves being made. And it may lead to, more conversation. So we'll see. I'll have to figure out what my schedule is going to be. But I'm definitely going to be live with you guys tomorrow. Again, no name here today. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, why are fans using the Panthers, Raiders, and Titans as a frame of reference on good GM spending habits? We really want to be lumped in with those guys? LOL. No, we don't. Now, I'll be interested to see what happens with the Titans. I don't think they signed anybody to any bad deals. I think I liked all of the deals that they signed their players to. The Raiders were, out of pocket with the Linderbaum deal, but everything else seemed to be within, working order for them. They didn't feel like any of their deals were outrageous. The Linderbaum one was just crazy, but everything else seemed to be within reason. And I didn't love all the play. I didn't love Kwity Paye and all that, but it seemed to be within reason. Panthers, I felt like they overspent on Jalen Phillips. And then they feel like they counterbalanced that and counteracted that by getting Devin Lloyd on a very reasonable deal. So I think people are more they're more impressed by the name, and they don't necessarily care about the amount of money that's attached to it. They just care about getting a name. Again, it's almost like they're playing Madden. They care about, how do I get the rating up on the game? How do I have a chance to be a beast at Madden? I need good players. I don't care how much you spend, just get them. That's not how it works in the real world, though, right? Dustin Hahn, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Dustin writes, not saying he's cheap, just trying to help the mob understand why we're not getting everyone. You answered my comment perfectly. Thank you, Louie. I try, Dustin. I appreciate you. Bilbo Baggins, been a member for 17 months. Writes, like, sub, share, and shout out to Gabe as always. always SOTG. Anytime I step in the booth, it's SOTG. Y'all know what it is. Y'all heard the man. Really appreciate you, Bilbo Baggins, for the public service announcement. If you haven't already done so, hit the like button, share, and subscribe. Joseph's Journey. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Joseph's Journey writes, is Allegretti really the plan for center? Please no. I hope not. He was not the plan. He was the backup plan. Like, and when I say backup plan, I mean like actual backup on the roster, not actually starting. That's why they brought him back. They didn't bring him here to start. I think in their mind, worst case scenario, we can't get anything at center. At least we got a guy. At least we got a guy. You can do a hell of a lot worse than Nick Allegretti as your starting center. But that's not what we trying to do. So he's not the plan for center, no. He's not the plan for center. He is not the plan for center. All right, one more check, and we will get out of here. Don't think there's going to be anything here. Watch me get off and then watch the fireworks begin once I get out of here. All right, so nothing. Let's go ahead and bounce. So day 2 was a bit of a dud. The 2 o'clock hour, I think maybe the 3 o'clock hour were the highlights of the day, but there was nothing really here. We got a flurry of moves at one point. Braden Smith, Geno Smith trade, and then I think we had there was one more top player to go off that I had left. Romeo Dubs. That all happened like kind of in succession of one another. Smith, then it was Braden Smith, then it was the Geno Smith trade, then it was Romeo Dubs. That all came back to back to back. That was basically the extent of the day, honestly. A lot of in between the margin moves in those three. So not really much to speak of today. Doesn't mean the day is over. Doesn't mean that things won't still transpire. And tomorrow might be a much bigger day because teams have to become cap compliant as the new league year gets underway tomorrow. So I would expect more fireworks, way more fireworks tomorrow than today. But again, today is still the day is still young today. But tomorrow may be the big day because you can see more players being released. You can see more teams doing the things that they need to do to get to where they need to be. Players that they were holding out hope someone would trade for, they have to release, et cetera, et cetera. So I think you'll see more things tomorrow than today. But in any event, the Dubs family, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, G-Shock AP at it again. He's at it again. He's at it again. I'm going to cut him some slack today. But I expect them to be busy tomorrow. A lot busier than today. That's for certain. So guess we couldn't get 2 days in a row. But again, still time today, but feels like it's going to happen tomorrow then. So we'll see. In any event, that's going to do it for me, your man Louie T, here on this installment of NFL free agency tampering period. Day number 2 was a dud. Tomorrow, it's Happy New Year! So we'll celebrate together. I'll be here live. I just got to figure out what time makes the most sense for me. But be sure that we will be here, bringing in the new year together. Until then, I'm your man, Louie T, signing off. The Commanders Kings will be live tonight. So looking forward to that. Or we should be live. I'm going to talk to the fellas, see what they're talking about, see if we going live tonight or tomorrow night, and see how they feel. So we'll figure it out. But until then, I'm your man, Louie T, signing off. Peace.